Our invited speakers, Professor Pat Darwin from University of Helsinki, Finland, Professor Mei Yon from Minzu University of China, Professor Vil Wiegelers from University of Humanistic Studies, Utrecht, Netherlands, and Professor Dr. F. Lewaka Besi, MPD, as Vice Rector of Academic Patimura University, Indonesia. All presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the
Finland,
International Webinar on
Mei
Education
Yon
while
from Minzu
overcoming
University of
and
China,
growing risk of education, working together for better content and method in digital learning, today, November 19, 2020. My name is Farah, and I'm absolutely honored to be your host on this beautiful morning. On behalf of Patimura University, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We appreciate you for taking the time of your busy schedule to join us here today. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, before continuing our agenda, I urge all of us to say a prayer based on each and the individual's belief. The time is yours.
Tunggu baca ada masuk di chat ini.
Thank you. Singing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. With all the respect, we would like to invite the chairman of the conference, Mrs. Theophanie Rampisala as PSE MED, for the report. For Mrs. Rampisala, the floor is yours.
For His Excellency Vice Rector of an Academic Patimura University, Professor Dr. Freddy Lewaka Besi, MPD, the Honorable Dean of Teachers Training and Education Sciences Faculty, Patimura University, Professor Dr. Tricia Lawrence, MPD, the Vice Deans, Head of Majors, Head of Programs, lecturers in Faculty of Teachers Training and Education Sciences, Patimura University, respected speakers, Professor Dr. Aris Jumaidi, PhD, as the Student and Learning Director, Ministry of Education and Culture Indonesia, Professor Fred Derfrin from University of Helsinki, Finland, Professor Mei Yuan from Minsu University, China, Professor Will Figlers from University of Humanistic Studies, Utrecht, Netherlands, and all presenter participants, ladies and gentlemen. Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Thank you for being here for the International Seminar of Education, Patimura University, under the theme Overcoming COVID-19 and its growing risk for education, working together for better content and method in digital learning. Opportunity, I'm honored to read the Commission report for International Webinar Education 2020. I am Teofani Rampisela, SPSI MED, the chairman of this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, in the middle of this COVID pandemic, Maluku, however, faced the gap in adjusting to fast and rapid changes toward technology in which affect the quality of education. In response to this issue, the committee initiated this seminar as an effort to tackle the challenges and hopefully will provide opportunity for knowledge, information, also publications of recent studies that extend insight for better education in Maluku. The purpose of this seminar is to improve the quality of education, include human resources and educators in Maluku province in order to create more professional, adjusted through the challenge of COVID-19. The audience in the seminar are students as potential future teachers, teachers, school headmaster, education supervisors, lecturers, and all related stakeholders throughout Indonesian Republic. In the seminar, we have 32 speakers who will also present their article related to the topic. Ladies and gentlemen, this international seminar is conducted virtually today, November 19, 2020, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Ambon time via Zoom meeting. The speaker for the international seminar are Professor Aris Jumaidi, PhD, from Student and Learning Director, Ministry of Education and Culture Indonesia, Professor Fred Delphin from University of Helsinki, Finland, Professor Mei Yuan from Minsu University, China, Professor Will Figlers from University of Humanistic Studies, Utrecht, Netherlands, and Professor Dr. Freddy Lewakabesi, MPD from Patimura University, Indonesia. Furthermore, we would like to inform that the contents for the internal seminar will cover the topics of overcoming COVID-19 and its growing risk for education, working together for better content and method in digital learning, which are classified into 4 subtopics: education problems, literacy, character education, digitalization, media in teaching and learning. The international seminar are funded by Patimura University Supporting Fund with total amount 50 million rupiah. The expected output from this webinar include: 1, the teachers will gain particular skills to be able to teach in more optimal, effective, and efficient way in digitalized era. 2, the mastering of teaching science and technologies, especially skills in optimizing media and digital instruments based on technological innovations. 3, ability to transfer and recreate digital technologies precisely so that students will have more sense of innovation. Last but not least, we want to appreciate everyone involved and also would like to extend our sincere apology for the shortcomings. Now, with all the honor, we please the Vice Rector of Academic Patimura University, Professor Freddy Lewakabesi, MPD, to give the speech and officially open this International Seminar of Education 2020. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. Ambon, November 19, 2020. Head of Committee, Teofani Paula Tresia Rampisela SC MED.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairman, for the report. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the opening remarks delivered by the Rector of Patimura University, Professor Dr. M.J. Sartino SHM Hum, which unfortunately, due to unavoidable event, his remarks will be presented by Professor Dr. F. Lewa Kabesi, MPD, as Vice Rector of Academic Patimura University, and afterwards, we would like to request Mr. Vice Rector to officially open this international webinar. Sir, the floor is yours.
Oke, terima kasih MC, Saudara Reza Nablohi. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, saya baru diberitahu untuk opening speak pagi ini, dan untuk itu atas nama Pak Rektor juga mohon maaf beliau dengan kesibukan tidak bisa memberi arahan pada pembukaan internasional seminar di pagi ini, dan kami diminta secara cepat untuk bisa memberikan arahan opening speak di acara seminar ini. Yang kami hormati Prof. Aris Junaidi, PhD, sebagai Learning and Student Director Ministry of Education and Culture, Direktorat Pendidikan Tinggi. Yang kami hormati Ibu Dekan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Prof. Tricia Lawrence. Yang terhormat para pembicara, Prof. Fred Darwin from University of Helsinki Island, Finland, Prof. Mei Yuan from Minsu University of China, Prof. Will Beglers from Jerman, dan para pembicara, peserta, dan semua hadirin yang kami hormati. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, dan salam sehat. Kami menyambut baik seluruh proses persiapan sampai pada kegiatan internasional seminar Universitas Patimura, dan kali ini digagas oleh Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, khususnya program studi administrasi pendidikan. Ini merupakan satu rangkaian dari upaya kita bersama untuk memberi kontribusi terhadap peningkatan kualitas institusi, dan juga tentu saja memberikan kesempatan yang sangat berharga bagi kita semua di tengah-tengah kondisi pandemi Covid-19. Tapi kita ditantang untuk selalu berkarya dalam memberikan kontribusi pemikiran ilmiah di tengah-tengah kondisi pandemik ini, sehingga tema seminar internasional atau international seminar di hari ini tentang overcoming COVID-19 and its growing risk for education, working together for better content and method in digital learning. Dan ini sebuah tema yang sangat pas, yang tentu saja kita akan memberi bobot yang lebih dari kajian-kajian ilmiah dari hasil riset oleh para peneliti maupun para peserta yang kemudian akan menghasilkan pemikiran-pemikiran kontributif bagi mencari solusi dan kemudian bagaimana kita bisa mengembangkan pendidikan baik substansi maupun metodologi pembelajaran sampai pada evaluasi terhadap proses pendidikan pada era COVID-19 ini. Dan berharap melalui diskusi kita, kita bisa kemudian menghasilkan jurnal-jurnal atau artikel-artikel yang bermanfaat untuk bisa jadi ide-ide penting bagi pengembangan ilmiah, khususnya teori-teori dan secara praktis boleh kita terapkan dalam pembelajaran. Tentu saja dengan para invite speaker yang hari ini bersedia untuk memberikan pemikiran, kami berharap sangat penting untuk diikuti, tapi juga grup-grup atau paralel sesi yang nanti kemudian akan dilakukan dalam proses ini. Kami berharap ini bisa berjalan dengan baik hingga selesai, dan juga kami berdoa supaya kita semua ada dalam kondisi yang sehat, penuh hikmat untuk bisa melakukan tugas-tugas ini dengan baik. Kami pikir demikian apa yang bisa kami sampaikan atas nama Pak Rektor. Kami sekali lagi mohon maaf, dan dengan meminta petunjuk dari Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa, kami membuka dengan resmi seminar internasional seminar dengan tema Overcoming COVID-19 and its Growing Risk for Education, Working Together for Better Content and Method in Digital Learning, yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas Timura, khususnya Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Program Studi Administrasi Pendidikan, Kamis 19 November 2020 secara resmi. Terima kasih, kami kembalikan ke
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Lewakabesi, for the opening remarks. Now, with all the respect, please all participants take their position for the photo session. We kindly ask Professor Fred Darwin and Professor Mei Yuan for their permission to turn off their camera. The photo session in count 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1.
It's so funny.
Thank you so much for all the participants. We have ended the opening ceremony, and we will definitely continue to the next agenda after this. A kind reminder, the link of attendance can be accessed through the chat box. Feel free to complete the form. Thank you.
The mighty creator grants Maluku with undeniable charms, obviously seen through its cheerful people and charismatic nature. Thousands of its islands scatter like gems. The beauty of its shores and bluish undersea sparks soully wonders to the beholders. The serene nature, reserved with various collections, of both animals and plants is a big relief. Behold Maluku, the land of heritage. City of Ambon. You can reach the Pattimura International Airport, which is situated on the island's capital of Ambon, through dozens of flights from Jakarta and many other cities throughout the archipelago. The next ground journey to city, deemed as Ambon Manise, a local phrase for sweet Ambon, will pamper you with mesmerizing mountainous and blue sea sceneries. The city of Ambon will greet you with the warm and joyful personalities of its people. Ambonis are famous for their musical talents. Literally, the music is everywhere. So indulge yourself for a lively yet musical atmosphere of the city. Pintu Kota Beach. Situated in Airlo Hamlet, Nusa Niue Sub-District, around 45 kilometers from Ambon, the Pintu Kota Beach boasts its unique characters to visitors. The uniqueness lie in a cliff with a hole located on the beach that resembles the look of a gate, which is where the name Pintu Kota, the local phrase for city gate, comes from. Banda Island, an island that has crafted its fabulous record, especially for its premium class of spices and roles as a trading hub that connects nations back to the years in 1500. The famous Banda Island lures merchants from China, Portuguese, Netherlands, and Britain for centuries. You can still witness the premium nutmeg plantations in Banda. Signing of Breda Agreement in 1667, between the Netherlands and Britain Island. Banda Island also listed among the prime witnesses to the country's independence struggle. Indonesia founding fathers like Muhammad Hatta, Sultan Syahrir, Cipto Mangunkusumo were once being exiled to the island. Its undersea offers you incomparable charm. Diving, scuba diving, and snorkeling are obligatory. Many of the island's legendary diving spots await you for further explorations. A shallow lagoon located between the Banda Neira Island and the Volcano Island, or a diving spot at the challenging vertical wall on Hatta Island could be your favorite.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm calling on the first plenary session, which will be delivered by our invited speakers, Professor Fred Darwin from University of Helsinki, Finland, and following by Professor Mei Yuan from Mizu University of China. The plenary session will be moderated by Mrs. Irvana Nelawati Apono, SPD, MED. For Mrs. Irvana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Farron. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Rector and Vice Rector of Patimura University, the Honorable Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty, Teacher Training and Education, Patimura University, the Honorable Lecturers and Staff Members, Faculty, Teacher Training and Education, Patimura University, and all the presenters and participants on this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the plenary session 1. My name is Irfana Pono, and I am honored to be a moderator in this session. So thank you for making time to attend this session on this fabulous seminar. On this occasion, we are going to have an opportunity to share ideas and listening to their presentation from our prominent speaker, whom we believe enrich our insight and knowledge regarding the theme. And this session will take 1 hour 20 minutes, and maximum presentation is about 1 hour, and then will be continued by discussion session. As a reminder for the participant who want to ask the question, you can raise your hand by pressing the button or write your question on the chat room. First of all, I will introduce the invited speaker, Professor Fred Darwin from the University of Helsinki, Finland, and Professor Mei Yuan from Minzu University of China. Professor Darwin and Professor Yuan will present their research under the title Learning about Interculturality Online During COVID-19, a Chinese-Finnish project. Now allow me to read their CV. The first one is from Professor Fred Darwin. Fred Darwin is a professor of multicultural education at the University of Helsinki, Finland. He's a director of the Tension Research Group, Diversity and Interculturality in Education, and vice director of the SEJUS Doctoral School at Helsinki, Society, Culture, and Education. Darwin also holds honorary and visiting professorship in Australia, Canada, China, Luxembourg, Malaysia, and Sweden. He specializes in intercultural education, the sociology of multiculturalism, and student and academic mobility, and has widely published on identity, the intercultural mobility migration, over 200 publications. Darwin is one of the most influential scholars and critical voices on intercultural communication education in Europe. The second one is Professor Yuan Mei. Yuan Mei, PhD, Associate Professor, School of Education, Minzu University of Central China, part-time doctoral supervisor at the University of Helsinki, Finland. Her research interests include Minzu ethnic and intercultural education. She has published widely in Chinese and English, for example, as a CI journal, such as British Journal of Educational Studies, International Journal of Educational Research. Yuan has led a number of national and provincial and ministerial scientific research awards. Well, Professor Fred Darwin and Professor Yuan Mei, the time is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for having us. It's a real pleasure. Thank you to Patimura University and the organizers for an event that looks really exciting, I must say. So this is from me. Hello, and then May, if you want to just say hello.
Yes. Hello, colleagues. I'm very happy and honored to join the conference, which is very interesting. And just watching the video, and I think that's a very beautiful country, and look forward to visit one day. Okay, I'll hope we'll have a very good talk. And Frank, you take the floor, and yeah.
Sure. Okay, wonderful. So if we can have the PowerPoint presentation, please, or I can share mine, it's as you like. But basically, maybe I'll share mine. That'll be the easiest. Don't worry. I just need to find it somewhere. Oh, thank you. Okay, that's great. So this is the talk, as our colleague said, learning about interculturality online. And this is about a project that we have together between Finland, a country that probably you've heard of because of our reputation in education, and then China. Next slide, please. So on the next slide, we are problematizing what this presentation is about. In our work, we use the notion of interculturality. And what we are trying to do with our students online at the moment is to try to answer these questions. What is interculturality? What are the core concepts of interculturality? How does intercultural research and education influence the way we do interculturality? Can we get prepared for interculturality? And then, of course, the most interesting question at the moment, because we are all in this very strange situation, how can the notion of interculturality help us to unthink and rethink the world during the COVID-19 crisis? Next slide, please. So we have a very specific context. COVID-19 restrictions means, of course, for most people in the world now, or for those who have access to online teaching and learning, that we have to use a technology. One of us is in China, or one of us was in China when we were doing this project with the students teaching face-to-face. And then one of us was online from Finland. And on top of this, what we have done is we've linked up a group of students from Finland and a group of students from China so that they can communicate around interculturality. This is something that has rarely been done. Usually we do get a lot of Chinese students who study in Finland, but very rarely we have this possibility of exchanging online around this very important topic of intercultural communication and education. Next slide, please. Just a few words about who we are, because you might be wondering why we are working together and why we are involved in this project. Next slide, please. So on the next slide, we both specialize in the same thing, but I call my work intercultural and multicultural education, because this is the official label that I have at the University of Helsinki. And Professor Yuan calls her work Minzu education. Actually, we are doing the same thing. Minzu education is about ethnic groups in China. As you probably know, there are 56 different ethnic groups, while in Finland, intercultural, multicultural education is about diversity as well. But usually in my context, it refers to immigrants. So people who've come to Finland either to work, to live, to start a family, and so on and so forth. So when we started cooperating 3 years ago, we had the same basis in the sense that we are both interested in how can we make this world better? How can we make people who are different or who appear to be different communicate with each other? But our starting point was different. Professor Yuan was Chinese means of education, and I was what maybe you could call European intercultural, multicultural education. Next slide, please. So what was interesting at the beginning was that we used the same concepts and notions. So we speak English together, but actually most of the time we didn't refer to the same reality, or the words that we used did not refer to the same ideas, to the same practices, for example, in education. So what we had to do from the beginning was to renegotiate the meanings of what we were trying to construct together as both researchers and educators. And as I said, our joint interests in making a difference can be summarized through these points here. How do you educate or train for interculturality, especially in a global world like ours? We're also very much interested in questioning what we call Western hegemony in terms of research on intercultural, multicultural education, because when you read the literature in English, of course, most of the ideas that are put forward come either from the US, from the UK, and marginally from some European countries. And also, because of this, from my perspective, our project is really important. Our cooperation over the last 3 years has been very important because it's allowed for me and my team and the people who read our publications to listen to the voice of Chinese scholars who are working on the issues of diversity and interculturality. Because again, these voices are rarely heard in international research. So it's a great opportunity for us to be able, in a sense, to try to deal with this very essential question. And as we will see, the COVID-19 crisis in education has really triggered a crisis of interculturality. And, I'm from Europe, Professor Yuan is from China. There's been a lot of discussions around, the relationships between our parts of the world in times of crisis like this. So it's really important for us researchers, but also for our students who might be future researchers in education to start rethinking this idea of interculturality beyond, Western ideologies, I would say. Next slide, please. So these are some of the publications that we've published together. If you're interested, maybe these will be shared with you. If you're interested to know a little bit more about what we're doing, we can move on to the next slide. Next slide, please. I don't know, can I control the PPT actually, or I can't? No, I can't. I wish I could, because I don't want you to waste time. So go, continue. Yes. No, move forward, please. I'm so sorry. This is part of the game. Next. 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 Okay, and I don't know, now I can see a gentleman there. Can I share the PPT?
Do you
Can I share
mind
the PPT myself?
Right. Do you mind to be the host?
Now everybody's
Do you
talking.
mind to share the screen? We will
It's-
definitely allow you to do that.
Thank you. Yes, because I don't want the audience to
Okay.
waste
Yes,
too much time with that.
Thank you.
So,
sir.
but anyway, so the next point that I'm going to make is about this interculturality. I want to tell you a little bit more about this. I don't know how familiar you are with this notion in Indonesia. If you talk about interculturality, or if you use other terms like multiculturalism or cross-culturalism or transculturalism. But in our work, we use this notion of interculturality. The problem, of course, is like all notions in education, these can mean different things to different people. And interculturality is often used, for example, in the European context, to refer to relations or communication between different cultures, which is, we believe, a pretty limited way of understanding interculturality. And we'll tell you a little bit more about this later. Now, what we realize from a European perspective is that interculturality through COVID-19, in a sense, has failed. Since the crisis started in January 2020, the world has been somewhat polarized even more between the Western world and then the rest of the world, but especially with a focus, a negative focus on China. And in a sense, what we realized in the West is that, you know, the problems of racism, for example, the problem of xenophobia has increased during the crisis because, you know, when there is a crisis like this virus, we always need to find a guilty person, the culprit in a sense. So you've probably heard in the news that in the US, for example, race relations haven't been so good over the crisis. In Europe, we have had also a lot of issues because you know, people will start to question or start to blame, in a sense, people. Another interesting issue also that has appeared is the fact that inequalities, for example, in the European context, have been increasing in education and other societal contexts, you know, especially in terms of immigrants. We've realized that a lot of the people who are, you know, getting the virus, for example, in the Finnish context, are people of so-called migrant background, which, of course, you know, is telling us that maybe our education, especially intercultural education, the way we teach about how to live together as people who are different, maybe hasn't been so successful in a sense. I'm trying now to see, yes, I can find the PPT, so I will share it with you now. There we go. Can you see the PPT? Yeah, wonderful. I'll just try to put it in. Yes. So, so interculturality basically has been problematic during COVID-19, and there's a need to rethink about it. What is it? How can we make it, for example, less westernized in the way we think about it? Now, when you look at, for example, research on intercultural competence, so the concept of intercultural competence is central in relation to interculturality. This paper that was published this year shows, for example, that the most influential people in the field, I think you can see the figure there, all these names there, Deardorff, Goodikens, Barham, Cramsh, Bennett, etc., all these people are located in the US or in the UK. Now, that's great. Of course, we need the whole world to think about this, but we find it very problematic in order to deal with the problems of interculturality during COVID-19, because it's a global issue. It's not just an American or a British issue, to just rely on ideologies that were created in, you know, a very limited space of the world, which is basically part of the Western world. You can see from this article here, the names of the most quoted scholars, of the most influential scholars, and they all come either from the US or the UK. So consequences in terms of interculturality is that, in a sense, when we teach about it, the whole world is made to think about interculturality the same way. The whole world speaks about intercultural issues the same way, but do they mean the same? So, for example, as we'll see later, when we talk about tolerance, when we talk about culture, when we talk about identity, these are central concepts in interculturality. When we talk about this in English, coming from different parts of the world, do we refer to the same realities? Do we refer to the same ideologies? actually what we've discovered in our project between China and Finland is that, no, we don't necessarily refer to the same thing. So there's a need, in a sense, to question and to propose new ways of rethinking this. So it's intercultural, but there's no diversity in the way we think and in the way we, educate people for interculturality. Maybe another important point about interculturality in education is, what is the point of it? Who can say what it is about? Now, most scholars, most educators would say intercultural education is about training people, making sure that people can communicate with other cultures. Maybe we need to be a little bit more critical towards this idea, because when we meet someone from another place, we don't actually meet a culture, but we meet someone who comes from a specific cultural, social, economic background. So, we feel that the idea of, it's about cultures getting together, communicating with each other, maybe is a little bit too limited. Now, let's try to think about, what could it be about? What could be the point of intercultural education? Maybe the first question could be, as on the PPT, what is a social being? What does it mean to be social? What does it mean to meet other people? Then the second one is, what is meeting others and managing our encounters, the way we meet these other people? And maybe the third question also could be, what does it mean to live with other people? I mean, in all countries around the world, we have to live with people who are different. Of course, at the moment, the situation is a bit different because, for example, in Finland, it's not recommended to be outside and to spend time in public places. So interaction, living with others, is limited to a very small circle. And I suppose that's part of your reality as well. And one question that we rarely talk about when we talk about intercultural education is this: what is the role of politics and the economy in the way we are taught to live with other people? Now, when you look at the world, you realize that there are many different labels to talk about something intercultural. Again, I don't know which one you use in Indonesia, but in different parts of the world, we have what we could call a very complex ideological archipelago of ideas related to interculturality. We made a list there. So some people would talk about intercultural, other people cultural, global, polycultural, post-colonial, cross-cultural, etc., etc. And then in China, there's one small island of knowledge and scholarship on interculturality, which is called Minzu. But very few people around the world know about this ideology. And I'm going to now give the floor to Professor Yuan, who's going to tell you a little bit about Minzu, using the case of Minzu University of China as an example.
Okay, thank you, Professor Derwin. And you you got a very good start. And now I'll introduce our case study because I work here, and Professor Derwin also is the visiting professor at our university. So we co-teach a course called Minzu Education and Interculturality in Education. So firstly, I'll introduce Minzu Education of China. It was set up in 1951. I can see this is an interdisciplinary university. We have a lot of different schools like economics, education, history, and law. It is a comprehensive education university. It is an ethnic minority serving university. And it is a highly selective university. Minzu, we call it Minda, is hyper diverse, represent a Chinese macro COSE, where students from all the 56 Minzu's groups of China live and study together. Students can speak and study in different languages and have different religions and worldviews, etc. Actually, some scholars did review research on Minzu University of China, present, it is our ideal place to practice and learn about diversity and interculturality. So what is Minzu perspective? So some scholars said that China is a selective kaleidoscopic discipline, and some scholars try to define what is Minzu. For example, as the minorities, minority groups, non-Han, etc. But actually, we very hard to find a very concrete or very appropriate word in English to define Minzu. So in our research, we keep Chinese pinyin or Chinese pronounce Minzu as our research term. We can see that Minzu actually is like Chinese diversity or Chinese diverse in English. So we including both minorities and the majority group of Han people, because the students study, cooperate, live, and experience diversity together. They all from different places, rural, urban, different social backgrounds, different secondary schools in different part of China, etc. So like every extant policy, practice, and epistemology, Chinese Minzu education is multifaceted and have good and bad points. We didn't try to, sell or advertise Minzu. We know it has bad and good points, but it is one of necessary counter hegemonic platform to disrupt the authority and current cognitive injustice represented by Western diversity education. So some scholars actually did some education or studies on Minzu education published in the West, but we can see that they tend to be very negative towards it. But also some scholars did some great work in Chinese, but it's very pity it's just in Chinese. So just some of them in a very few in English. So by problematize Chinese Minzu education from a more open perspective, so we start from the voice of those who experience it. Instead of imposing a Western cosmology, we can contribute to diversifying epistemologies about diversity in education. So we try to start from our course, our online course. So what is the course about? It's this course is last 16 weeks, about 40 students. They are 30-year bachelor students, major in education. So throughout our course, we are not to as a teachers or researchers, we don't try to educate or train students for interculturality, because we found that at Minzu, actually the students do it all the time, maybe better than us. So what ideology to choose? Who decides? We just against the trick of culture. However, we try to educate or train them to examine perspective from critical and reflective ways, like to link up these islands of intercultural ideologies, Minzu, agriculture, interculture, global, etc., to help the students understand how the COVID-19 crisis has revealed certain aspects of these ideologies to make informed and appropriate choices. So after working with our students, and we try to construct 3 models to solve the interculturality, to deal with the interculturality in education. So the first one is the fold. We try to ask them or encourage them to unthink and rethink identity positions, ideologies, problematize, accept, combine, or reject in terms of interculturality in education. The second one is handshake. It's more in terms of translation. So when we translate a term, we need to translation beyond assimilation, problematize untranslatable things. The last one is a magic mirror. All these 3 ones are metaphor. We try to ask the students or teach them or educate them, try to think the similarities and difference between us and them, and the power relations between ideologies. So who decides this? for example, the food matter. We try to ask the students to think or rethink these questions. Where does the approach come from? How does it created and by whom? What information about the author can you identify? What political and economic influence, what ideologies, what concepts are used in the approach? What definitions? And do you know how to translate this concept into other languages? What words are different or translate? What are problems with the approach in your context? Are ideologies compatible with the ideology of your country or your institutions? How do people see these perspectives in other contexts? What criticism has been made of this intercultural model? Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, you continue on.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So another one is a handshake in terms of translation. Now we quote a famous yeah. The translation means that the translator has picked one word above all the others. One winner with all the finalists gone from the page forever. Translation always call upon the translator to make a judgment or call, and what the reader hears, then a judgment. So next one. So we think that, for example, the Chinese translation respect, actually it has two meanings. We call it 尊重 and 尊敬. Actually, it's different meaning. 尊重 it refers to a polite meeting between individuals who are marked by hierarchy difference, such as employer and employees. Also, it's respect, but another meaning is that 尊敬 would seem to represent a deeper phenomenon, which build up as one meets each other, and which would be allowed beyond a performance of 尊重. So it's different, but when they see the respect, maybe the Westerners, they just see the one meaning, one of the meanings. So next, please. Okay, so I'll take the floor to Professor Derwin to introduce the interesting book.
So what we are doing here, I'll go back a little bit. So when we teach our students online, this is the model that we want them to follow in their heads. So they get to read different literatures, they get to see different documents from different parts of the world. And every time they read, for example, a research article, or every time they listen to a talk, we want them to think through these three elements that Professor Yuan has just presented. So through the fold, for example, when they read an article that was published in an international journal by, let's say, a researcher from Indonesia, then we want them to be able to look into, how the position of the researcher about interculturality is having an impact on what they are saying. What are the words that they are using to talk about this phenomenon of interculturality? And then the handshake is really about reflecting on the words that we use, because we all speak English. We all have to use English in research. Our students today or in the future will have to use English to talk about this. But using English, even though it's absolutely wonderful, we're so lucky to have this language, does not always allow us to really communicate, because we use words that maybe do not mean the same, do not have the same connotation as Professor Yuan just showed. She just mentioned the example of respect. But for example, if you take the basic concepts of culture and civilization in English and in Chinese, but also we could add in the Finnish language, what we realized, for example, through this book here, which is called Modern Notions of Civilization and Culture in China, is that the way the words culture and civilization are used today in Chinese are direct imports from the West. So in the early 20th century, some Chinese scholars went to study in Japan, and in Japan, they learned the ways Westerners started to understand this concept of culture or the concept of civilization. From Japan, they imported these definitions of culture and civilization. But what's interesting is, for example, when you look at the concept of civilization, that's a concept that we don't use anymore in Europe. We use culture, and again, most people will use it in very empty ways, in a very fuzzy, nobody's really sure what it actually means. But in China, the same will happen with the concept of culture, but in China, people are still using the concept of civilization, for example. So when a Chinese meets someone from Finland and they start using this concept of civilization, can we communicate? What do we mean by this word, in a sense? Now, what's interesting, and that's the point that they are making in this book, and we use this book with our students, is that before the early 20th century, the way the Chinese words for culture and civilization refer to these phenomena was completely different. So, for example, if you take the word culture, wenhua, in Chinese, before the 20th century, wenhua referred to something that changes, to something that people create when they are together, in a sense. So it was not about culture as something static, maybe in the way we sometimes understand culture today, especially when we think about culture in the sense of national culture. So with our students, we go back in history. We want them to see how the words that we use today to talk about interculturality in Chinese, in English, but also sometimes in the Finnish language, how much they've been influenced by politics, but also the economy, and so on and so forth. So the handshake is about renegotiating, in a sense, the meanings of the words that we use when we talk about such burning issues as interculturality. And this is what we are training our students to do, especially in times like ours, where actually you can see this word of culture all over the media, for example, in the Western world, to explain how people behave differently, in relation to the virus, or, how, for example, in Finland, we have still today a lot of discussions around wearing a mask, because, for a very long time, our government said we don't need to wear a mask. Masks are completely useless. But actually the reason, and they would claim things like, this is not part of our culture, we don't have to wear this. But the reason why they did not suggest wearing the mask actually had nothing to do with culture, but it was about the real reason was because you couldn't find them anywhere in Finland. They were not available. So once the government had ordered a lot of masks from China, and when we started actually making our own masks, then the government suddenly said, well, okay, now we have to wear the mask. And people got very confused, because they said, but 6 months ago, you said the mask is useless. It's not, we don't need to wear. And now you're saying everybody should wear. So this is the kind of, interesting way of thinking about the world, about, the way we talk about interculturality, that we want our students to reflect on, in a sense. So, for example, for those who are working on interculturality with their students, I think, that one of the starting points could be just to look at these two words, culture and civilization. What do they mean in your context? How have they started meaning what they mean in their language? For example, through the influence of the West, because probably, I don't know the situation in Indonesia, but you would find that probably the word that you use for culture was very much influenced, the meaning of that word was very much influenced by, the Western world, probably also in the early 20th century, though I don't know much about your context. And then we move on to our third element of, how we prepare our students. I'll take this one, May, and then you can take the next slide. Yeah. So this one is called the magic mirror. I don't know if you know what a magic mirror is, but there is a picture at the bottom of the PPT of 3 mirrors. The magic mirror is actually a Chinese invention. It's a fascinating object that was used in the past. So it looks like a mirror. You can look at yourself in it. But if you use, for example, a flashlight and you target the flashlight onto the mirror, so the place that reflects your image, the flashlight will be seen on the other side of the mirror. And because there are beautiful patterns on the back of the mirror, the patterns from the mirror will be rejected or reflected on the wall, for example, if there's a wall behind. So it means that through the magic mirror, you can look at yourself, but at the same time, you can see what's behind the mirror, the beautiful patterns behind the mirror on the wall through reflecting on the light. So it means that in a sense, you can see your own face, your own reality, but then you can see the reality of what's behind the mirror onto the wall if you use a flashlight, if you use light to reflect. So the metaphor, the magic mirror for us is we want our students to be able to reflect on their own ways of thinking about interculturality, or the ways interculturality is discussed in their very specific context of Minzu education. So so-called minority education in China, while at the same time looking at it through the lens, through the mirror of the Western world or the international ways of talking about interculturality. And you can see on this slide, for example, we've asked our students, or we asked them repeatedly, to problematize on paper. So we give them like very big pieces of paper, and together in groups, they explain how they see this whole process of interculturality. So as you can see, for example, on the top right, the students have used a pipe, a water pipe, as a metaphor for explaining how they see interculturality at moment X in the course. On other pieces of paper there, you can see, for example, how they see interculturality within the very specific context of the university where they study, where they have to live together with people, with other Chinese people from other ethnic groups in a sense. And maybe I will take over now.
Next, please. Okay, thank you, Professor Derwin. And so after collaborate work with our students, we found, especially from their model, we found that number one. So sorry. Yeah, we found that in terms of the interculturality in education, we found that they see this from they can contain 4 aspects. The first one is about vasting hegemonic ideologies about interculturalities. We can see that they still use some vasting ideologies about interculturality. Besides this, and ideologies found in specific Minzu about interculturality. So through their model, we see that they also use some very specific Minzu stuff. And another one is institutional ideology about interculturality. Through their model, we see there they use Minda motto like 美美与共, each Minzu should appreciate each Minzu's culture stuff. And the next one is social and political ideology about interculturality. So we found that, in Minzu, studying or experiencing Minzu students, they can contain the 4 aspects, but other maybe Western scholars or most other scholars, if they did not have this kind of experience, they mostly focus on the Western hegemonic ideologies and social and political ideology about interculturality. So I think this is some beneficial or benefit of Minzu experience in terms of interculturality in education. Okay, I'll give the floor to Professor.
So basically what we are saying here is the following. So we have a very special context So through the internet for months, we've been teaching together a group of Chinese students who are quite special in the sense that they study at a diverse university where people speak different languages. They're Chinese, but they speak different languages. They have different, maybe sometimes worldview. They come from different cultural and social background, etc. So they experience interculturality together, but maybe not interculturality the way we Europeans, we Finnish people see it, because for us, interculturality is not what's happening between Finnish people, but what is happening, for example, between immigrants who come to Finland and us. So in terms of diversity, it's different. When we work with our student teachers in Finland on interculturality, for them, the ideologies that they have about interculturality in their heads tend to be very limited in the sense that they will know very much about American multicultural ideologies. They will know about European intercultural ideologies. And maybe Finland, but I'm not so sure about this because we are part of the European Union. So we share the same ideas, the same policies as other European countries, but maybe there are a few specificities. So for example, in Finland, we don't use the concept of race. Okay, we don't talk about race. It's a concept that is very taboo, like in many other countries. But still, we talk about racism because we have problems of racism. So we train our students to be very careful about racism, but at the same time, they're not allowed to talk about race. So we have these kinds of contradictions. Now, when we think about the Chinese students in Minzu University, as May explained, and that's what you can see on this slide, their ideologies about interculturality are much more complex. They're much more multifaceted in the sense that they're very much aware of the Western ideologies, being the multicultural, intercultural stuff. But at the same time, they also have the Minzu ideologies about diversity. They also have their own institution diversity ideologies in a sense. So what we want them to do, and that's what we've been training them during this period, is that they become aware of the fact that they have this sort of range of ideologies about diversity and interculturality in their heads, but it's important that they're able to locate them, to separate them in a sense, because sometimes what we notice is they're not aware of the fact that some of the things that they say or some of the things that they do in relation to interculturality will be very much influenced by, for example, an ideology from Europe, which is of course absolutely fine, but sometimes it can be completely in contradiction in a sense, or clashing against an ideology which they may find in their Chinese context. So what May was explaining at the beginning about what we try to do with our students is not to train them to do interculturality in certain ways. Because when you tell people how to behave interculturally, in a sense, it is a political act. You tell them, do this, don't do this, do this, don't do this. So you're giving them orders about what they should do. But what we do is we train our students to reflect on the possibilities of behaving in certain ways in interculturality through the ideologies that they have. And because we need to finish very soon, this is a short summary of this. COVID-19 obviously will have revealed so much about the world, so much about realities that maybe we were not aware of in terms of interculturality. What we knew before the crisis, but what the crisis has showed is that, of course, in terms of research, we're very westernized in a sense, that we're very much influenced by Western ideologies in the way we think about us and them. And what we don't want to do with our students in Finland and in China is we don't want to brainwash them. We don't want to tell them, this is what interculturality is about. This is a good way of doing interculturality. This is a bad way. Because We want to leave this to politicians. We are researchers, we are educators. We want them to open up their minds. We want them to see that the world, or the way the world thinks about these very important issues of how we get into contact, how we communicate with others, can have many different solutions, many different aspects. So we want them to reflect about this. We want them, in a sense, to think about it. We want them to experience some kind of justice in the way interculturality is done. Because in a sense, when you think about it, it is unfair that Chinese students or Finnish students are made to think about the complexity of the world only through a limited amount of ideas, concepts, ways of thinking about the world that are imposed onto them by the Western world or by US and UK ideologies mostly. So in a sense, through translation, through identifying and reflecting on alternative knowledge about interculturality, we are hoping to train our students to be, there's this cliche at the moment of the global citizen, whatever that means. It's a very, it's a very fuzzy, but also maybe a very problematic notion. But what a global citizen could be, and maybe this is what, COVID-19 can bring to us. A global citizen is someone who is aware of the fact that the way we think about intercultural communication, intercultural education, is something that cannot be limited to one way of thinking about them, but to opening up to different ways so that they can start seeing the world, they can start seeing relations with others in more complex ways, in a sense. About what we've done online, I mean, of course, it's a great opportunity for them to reflect on what in China we call the community with a shared future for mankind. Because we are all in this together. This COVID-19 is not a Chinese problem, it's not a Finnish problem, it's not an American problem, it's not an Indonesian problem, but it's really a global problem. I mean, it's a cliche to say this, but when you read Western media, it's very much about accusing other parts of the world, or accusing other, European countries for having spread this. For our students, it also means, that they have the opportunity to open up their minds, towards, the East, towards the West, in a sense. And as I said at the beginning, we started actually last Friday, we are pairing Chinese and Finnish students who get to work online together to discuss these issues. So they can be like an encounter of ideologies. So they can put together, they can reflect together on what it is to be intercultural in 2020, when the whole world is experiencing this traumatic, virus, in a sense. So our students in China, in a sense, they get to put into practice what they learned through the online course by meeting people who are from a different context and people who have a different way of thinking about interculturality. Just an anecdote, and I'll finish with this. So we started the online joint encounters or meetings between the Finnish and the Chinese students. Before they met for the first time, the Finnish teacher sent me an email and she said, my students are a little bit worried because they keep asking me, can I talk about anything with the Chinese students, or do I need to censor myself because they are Chinese? And I wrote back to her and I said, of course they can talk about anything. There's no censorship. They can, everything is possible. And the teacher wrote back and she said, I know, I've tried to explain to them, but they really believe that maybe there are sensitive topics that they can't put on the table. And we had the first meeting, and actually the students are meeting together outside the class. And what we see is that it's working perfectly, because they realize that they're all in this together. This issue of interculturality, is a concern for both the Chinese and the Finnish students. And I think that our hour is done now. So we look forward to your questions and comments and suggestions about our work. We hope that it made sense, because we had a lot to say about this. And again, maybe you're not so familiar with both the Chinese and the Finnish context, but we do believe that the work that we are doing is very meaningful. We still have a lot of work to do. This is only the beginning, but we look forward to interacting with you on these issues. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Professor Delphin and Professor Yuan Mei. That was a really interesting presentation. Now we have about 20 minutes for discussion session. And yeah, maybe for the participant, if you want to ask question to the professor, you can directly talk with the professor now, or maybe
and you can use the chat box also.
Yeah, you can.
We'll be checking the chat box if you don't want to take the floor. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I saw one participant raise her hand.
Great.
Yeah, Ibu Mary Latwe, if I'm not mistaken. I saw Ibu Mary Latwe raise a hand. Maybe she want to add something.
We are also very much interested in your own views on this issue, because of course Indonesia is a fascinating context in terms of interculturality as well. So if some of you want to share your experience, or how, for example, if you train your students for this kind of issue, we're very happy to hear your testimonies in a sense. We're also very, we're also very happy to to explain further a few things that we might have talked about too briefly.
Well, while waiting for the participant who want to ask a question, well, I think that this is a very complex issue, because currently we're in the same situation for this pandemic, COVID-19. And yeah, it seems like as a archipelago province, Indonesia has a very complex intercultural ideology, as you say. Yeah, I really agree with and it's very interesting when you explain about the method, the fold, the handshake, and the magic mirror. That's really good actually. And yeah, the problem is how people cope with the situation, because yeah, I don't want to say into the really big scope right now, because just from the small scope from my area, which is I think that through the online course right now, seems like people or students, they forget about their social life, because as we know that everyone has a different level of social intelligence, and when they have have online course during the lesson or something like that, since like yeah, it's hard for them to socialize with other people. So maybe I think for other teacher, for teacher or for lecturers, it's better for them to yeah, using one of your method to teach a student, not only how to use the IT or something like that, but sometimes they forget about the social issue. That's probably from.
Yeah, and if I may, I mean, because our students now in Finland, for example, so they just stay home. So we have a lot of problems, psychological issues, well-being, but also they spend a lot of time reading the media, and when you read the media in Europe, I mean, the way we talk about the rest of the world is really very shocking sometimes. I mean, from the beginning of the of the crisis, for example, there's been so much negative stuff about Thailand, about China, of course, about the US because of the elections, etc. So they're very much, you know, sort of brainwashed to think about the world in a certain way. And, you know, Finland is a very small country, so we don't have that many cases, but we still have about 300 cases per day, which I think is still quite many, but not so much compared to other European countries. But so the Finnish media, in a sense, are sort of doing a campaign to say, oh, look, we are so good, you know, we are so well organized, you know, we know how to deal with this. So some of our students, you know, they're very proud of their country and so on. And of course, being proud of one's country is great, but you also need to open up your mind. You know, if you're going to be a future teacher, there's no way you can sort of, you know, tell your students in the future that, oh, look, we are the best in the world, etc. There's always a danger in that. So through the work that we do on interculturality with our students, we really want them to, number one, to learn to read the news very critically, because that's a really, you know, we have this idea in Finland that the news in Finland is reliable. But actually, the news in Finland is not reliable because we use the same news as everybody else in the world. We buy the news from international news networks. So a lot of the news that we get is actually very biased. Every day, for example, the news about China is negative. Every single day, there's something negative about China. So I'm not surprised that, you know, when my Finnish colleague said, oh, you know, our students are a bit worried, they wonder if they can talk about everything when they talk to the Chinese, it's because they are influenced by the media. So there is, I agree with you, there's the social aspect of having to communicate, you know, with the teachers and others, etc., etc. But there's also this aspect of, you know, because this thing in front of us is giving us access to knowledge that we need to learn to be critical towards, because it's difficult to communicate with others when in our mind we have all these very wrong ideas about the rest of the world. I mean, when I think of Indonesia, for example, I must say I'm so ignorant of the situation in Indonesia because we never talk about Indonesia in Europe, for example. And if I ask my students, what do you know about Indonesia? I'm sure it will be extremely limited. So our narrative about your country, for example, is, you know, it's limited in a sense.
Well, Professor, seems like we have one question and also a raised hand. Maybe we start from, Ibu Helena. I think seems like Ibu Helena wants to ask a question for you.
Lovely. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity, Ms. Moderator and Professor, both professors. We thank you for your wonderful presentations. This is indeed a very important aspect to be discussed. When we talk about online learning, we not only talk about the aspect of teaching and learning, but it's also about relationship. So in this sense, an interculturality. At the moment when we're doing online learning, we are bombarded with so many informations. I mean, as teachers and as students, with the rise of TikTok currently, I'm going to touch on TikTok. There are so many, I saw so many positive things. I've started to dabble in it as well. You can see people exchanging culture, and they educating other about their cultures. But that's a positive side. The other negative side is there are no filters. So we have our students being presented with this kind of informations, can be negative or positive, without really filters. And as teachers and lecturers, we are also very limited in that. Currently, the US elections and everything in US is, I've been following it quite closely. It's bonkers really, but what can we say? So it's good that we talk about interculturality as a teacher, and then we know that we need to engage these discussions to our classes in whatever form we can be as a point of informations. For example, in at the moment I'm teaching a translation classes. So, but I try to approach it slightly differently. Instead of looking from text from outside of the country, I'm actually using local languages and local values to introduce these old forgotten words, but carries these kinds of value that unites. Because in Indonesia is not just Bali. In Maluku, we are in the east of Indonesia. We are an archipelagic province. We have thousands of islands with so many different, hundreds of cultures. So bringing this into the classroom is actually strengthening their base, their identity, shaping who we are, what unites us, and then with that strong foundation, projected our thoughts in looking at culture from different countries. So I think it's more of an additional to your wonderful presentation. So if you can make any comments to that, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, that's it's so wonderful to listen to what you have to say, because this is exactly what we're trying to do in a sense. I mean, my experience of Indonesia, I'm afraid to say, is only Bali. So it's very limited and very touristy experience I had there, though I had a great time. But of course, yeah, I'm aware of the extreme diversity of you know, your country. And I think it's absolutely wonderful what you're doing. Yeah, look from within. Because of course, when they start looking, you know, at these terms that you're talking about in terms of translation, looking at the different cultural patterns, how people have met and, you know, sometimes clash, but also, you know, be very peaceful together, it allows the students to start thinking from within. We are intercultural from within. So, you know, this is what we try to do with our students in China, because of course, when they talk about interculturality in English, they're just going to use the Western ideologies because this is what they've been taught. But we want them to, just the way you do it, we want them to reflect. I mean, every day they experience interculturality here, but they don't think about it because it's so normal. But then they can start seeing the world differently. So you start from your own environment. You try to expand the way you think about these wonderful multiple, you know, encounters. And then, as you said, you expand this knowledge to the rest of the world. And that's exactly the message that we're trying to send. And I think that the way you summarize it is absolutely brilliant. So if there's any work on this, you know, from Indonesia, from your university, we're very interested to hear about how you do it. Actually, in the future, it would also be interesting to have Indonesians and Chinese and Finns working together around these issues, because then it's multiplying, in a sense, the discourses around interculturality. So thank you so much for sharing this. It's brilliant. Thank you. Thanks very much. Maybe you, if you.
Well, thank you, Professor. I think that we have another question from Yelia Tomasoa. The question is how to work on interculturalism so it can be notion in education practice nowadays. How to work on interculturalism so it can be, that's the same.
Yes.
Can be notion in education practice.
Yeah, that's a very good question as well. I mean, we have been working on this. So in Helsinki, we've been working on this for about 20 years. And then at Minzu University of China, they've been working on this since the 1950s, I suppose. The problem is, now maybe it's not a problem, but it's not so much about the notion that you use, because when you introduced me, you said, I'm a professor of multicultural education, not intercultural education, but all my work is about intercultural education. So it's a little bit contradictory in a sense, but I think we can choose whatever term we want to reflect or to try to introduce reflection on diversity in our teaching. It can be intercultural, it can be polycultural. I don't know which term is preferred in Indonesia in a sense. But I think it should be central. You know, if we are training teachers for the future, for example, it should be central, because interculturalism, interculturality, multiculturalism is really, number one, it's in every classroom, you know. Even in Finland, where we believe that we are all the same because we are all white, you know, etc., there's so much diversity within us. So yeah, I think it should be a central notion, and it doesn't matter which one we use, but I think it can be very productive. And to think about online learning and teaching, that as well, because what we are doing now, even though we use English, but you could be doing it. I mean, I've seen people interacting in Indonesian, I suppose here, it is also about interculturality. It's about how do we open up to the other? How do we include the other? How do we change? I think that interculturality is also about change, because sometimes we are stuck in the way we think about the world. So listen, it means between. Interculturality, it's between, and ality, it's a process. So it means that through interaction with each other, we can change, we can create, we can co-construct. And you know, I believe that, like Minzu, Indonesia is very much about this. There's so much crossing, there's so much hybridity, there's so much co-constructing all the time. So yeah, definitely it should be, I would say, like part of education practice. There's another question there.
Well, I think there's another question, and I think this could be the last question for this
Great.
session. So the question is from Imelda Susan Mapua. The question is, after heard your presentation, I can find a new concept about education and culture. I mean that to educate students, we must collaborate with their culture, but I think education must change culture better. How do you think about it?
That's also another great question. The problem is I would need a lot of time to talk about this, but when you come to a classroom, in a sense, you create your own culture with the students. They come to the classroom with, I mean, when we work with our students, we have usually a lot of points in common. So for example, being Indonesian, being Chinese, being Finnish, you know, the way we think about the world, we have things in common, traditions, you know, habits, etc., etc. But then on top of that, each individual that comes into the classroom, in a sense, also has their own culture. So there's this extra layer of this. But then when we start working together in a classroom, we also create our own culture, the way we talk to each other, the way we address each other, the things that we create together. So it's a very complex, actually, a classroom is such an intercultural place. I think that students and teachers need to be aware of this. They need to be aware of this so that they can make it even better of an experience. Especially because, you know, we often say we need to be inclusive. And I think that when we start reflecting on the interculturality that's taking place within a given classroom, then maybe we can try to be more inclusive, meaning giving the power, empower every single individual in this classroom, you know, to feel comfortable, to learn and work with other people. So that's also a very important point. We have these cultural elements in common because we are Indonesian, we are Finnish, we are Chinese, and then there's the diversity of each individual entering the classroom, and then there's what we all do together in that sense. So very good question. Actually, there could be another presentation, but I think the time is running now. So yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Dervin and Professor Yuan, for the very interesting discussion. Well, before I close the session, maybe I can use your sentence, which is even although we realize the COVID-19 pandemic has triggered the intercultural education, but using the online course, we are training the student to be global citizen. Yep, that's brilliant. Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
We would like to extend our thank you again for Professor Darwin and Professor Mei Yuan for providing you insight towards the presentation and on their expertise. Next, without further ado, I'm calling on the second plenary session, which will be delivered by our invited speaker, Professor Dr. F. Lewaka Besi, MPD, as Vice Rector of Academic Patimura University, Indonesia. This plenary session will be moderated by Mrs. Arvana Nelawati Apono SC, MED. For Mrs. Arvana, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you again, Karen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to plenary session 2. This session will take 1 hour, and the maximum presentation is 40 minutes. Then will be continued by discussion session. Again, as a reminder for the participant who want to ask a question, you can write your question on the chat room. Well, I would like to invite the invited speaker, Professor Dr. Freddy Lewa Kabesi, MPD from Patimura University, Indonesia. Professor Lewa Kabesi will present his research under the title Digitalization of Learning in Maluku Islands Before and During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Now allow me to read the CV of Professor Lewa Kabesi.
Thank you, Kriseta. Makasih. Saya nanti co-host saja ya, supaya slide-nya saya share dari sini.
Yeah, okay.
Ya.
Okay, Bro.
Nah, kelihatan.
Ya, sudah Pak. Ya.
Slide-nya saya buat dalam bahasa Inggris, nanti saya presentasinya dengan bahasa Indonesia aja. Ya. Terima kasih untuk kesempatan ini, di mana kami mencoba untuk memberi sedikit gambaran tentang kondisi pembelajaran online di daerah kepulauan, terutama di masa sebelum dan selama pandemi Covid-19. Mudah-mudahan beberapa pikiran ini bisa memberi manfaat untuk kita dalam seminar ini. Yang pertama, bahwa kita melihat di sebelum pandemi, kita semua pada umumnya melakukan proses pembelajaran di dalam kelas maupun ada di luar kelas. Ya. Pembelajaran di dalam kelas ada partisipasi mahasiswa aktif, tetapi juga ada yang pasif. Demikian juga di luar kelas ada proses yang aktif dari mahasiswa ataupun dari para pembelajar, peserta didik. Tetapi ketika kita masuk pada pandemi Covid-19, sebenarnya keinginan sebelum pandemi ini dalam konteks pembelajaran saat ini, kita ingin untuk pembelajaran itu sifatnya aktif, mahasiswa aktif, mengkonstruksi pengetahuannya. Tetapi hampir proses tersebut sulit dilakukan. Nah, tanpa kita berpikir secara pasti kira-kira kapan keinginan kita untuk proses pembelajaran aktif dan berbasis teknologi informasi bisa diimplementasi, justru pada kondisi COVID-19 ini bisa kita alami. Dan yang menjadi beberapa problem dalam pembelajaran online di saat ini, kita berhadapan dengan persoalan prinsip kita, yaitu bagaimana infrastruktur telekomunikasi maupun akses internet dan juga masalah energi listrik atau sambungan. Kami beberapa menit yang lalu di POKA kampus lampu juga padam, sehingga beberapa menit tadi kita juga mengalami kondisi terputus dari seminar internasional ini. Dalam pembelajaran online kita, dalam praktek di perguruan tinggi, khususnya di Unpati dan juga di Maluku, kita melihat bahwa proses online learning atau e-learning itu guru atau pendidik sifatnya sebagai fasilitator. Sementara siswa atau peserta didik harus bisa mengkonstruksi pengetahuannya secara mandiri. Maka tentu dalam proses pembelajaran online ini, baik pendidik maupun peserta didik harus bisa menguasai aplikasi-aplikasi pembelajaran e-learning yang memang dibutuhkan. Apakah itu Zoom call meeting, apakah itu Cisco Webex, Mundo Classroom, Google Classroom, dan juga beberapa aplikasi yang lain yang harus diikuti. Nah, dan baik pendidik maupun peserta didik harus menguasai hal tersebut. Problem yang lain adalah kita berhadapan dengan juga ketersediaan fasilitas, ya, fasilitas di sekolah ataupun di rumah, di perguruan tinggi maupun di pendidikan dasar dan menengah di daerah kepulauan. Ini problemnya cukup banyak. Pada daerah-daerah kepulauan, jangankan akses internet, jaringan listrik pun belum bisa tertangani secara baik. Dan problem yang sangat besar di saat ini ketika peserta didik ada di rumah dan juga mahasiswa yang kembali ke daerah-daerah mereka, mereka hampir tidak bisa berhubungan secara langsung dengan para pendidik dosen akibat dari kondisi-kondisi tersebut. Namun kita tidak bisa pungkiri proses pembelajaran online ini harus tetap berjalan. Nah, dan ini sudah jalan kurang lebih 2 semester di tahun ajaran ini, baik tahun ajaran 2019 maupun 2020. Masalah yang terjadi antara lain, apakah dalam proses pembelajaran saat ini yang kita alami, mahasiswa bisa memperhatikan dengan baik atau tidak ketika kita pembelajaran melalui Zoom ataupun Google Classroom. Interaksi antara mahasiswa dengan pendidik atau antara peserta didik dengan pendidik, itu juga kita tidak bisa terdeteksi secara baik bagaimana mereka aktif atau tidak, karena hanya face to face melalui online seperti ini. Ada juga ketika proses berlangsung, ada banyak sekali gangguan suara-suara yang ada ketika kita tidak bisa, misalnya ada hewan yang ada bunyi gonggongan anjing, ada hewan-hewan lain yang tentu suara mereka akan mengganggu proses pembelajaran itu sendiri. Ya, banyak sekali gangguan itu. Tapi juga kehadiran secara aktif baik di dalam proses online maupun problem lain pada praktikum. Kita mengorganisasi praktikum atau kuliah-kuliah yang membutuhkan praktek itu sangat sulit. Karena tetap saja protokol kesehatan harus bisa diterapkan dengan baik. Kalau di Maluku sendiri kita punya 11 kabupaten dan kota, 9-nya kabupaten dan 2 kota. Itu semua daerah terpencil yang secara faktual kondisinya sangat sulit untuk bisa mendapatkan fasilitas internet. Dengan penggunaan berbagai macam aplikasi online itu juga, maka problem yang kemudian muncul adalah apakah para pendidik bisa menguasai aplikasi-aplikasi tersebut secara baik atau tidak. Nah, kemudian kemampuan dosen untuk bisa mengupdate kemampuannya, profesionalismenya di bidang tersebut. Pada sisi yang lain, dosen harus bisa atau pendidik harus bisa secara cepat beradaptasi dengan kondisi tersebut. Kita lihat bahwa setelah beberapa bulan kita mengalami kondisi pandemi ini, pada semester 2 tahun ajaran 2019 kemarin, memang kita berhadapan dengan masalah tersebut. Tetapi kemudian di tahun ajaran baru 2020 semester 1 ini, keadaannya makin lebih baik karena semua sudah bisa belajar dan bisa menyesuaikan diri dengan kondisi ini, dan akhirnya mau tidak mau para pendidik harus bisa beradaptasi dengan kondisi ini. Yang jadi persoalan adalah secara psikologis, hampir semua kita ingin untuk cepat bisa bertemu, berinteraksi secara baik di tengah-tengah baik relasi-relasi sosialnya, hubungan-hubungan kemanusiaannya. Ini yang menjadi problem kita, yang menjadi kerinduan kita semua untuk bisa cepat kondisi ini berakhir dan kita bisa bertemu. Nah, masalah lain dari kuliah online ini adalah bagaimana kita menilai masalah-masalah afektif, masalah psikomotor, keterampilan, sikap nilai dari mahasiswa ini yang menjadi problem kita. Selanjutnya, tentu kita harus berupaya agar proses pembelajaran ini bisa berjalan dengan baik. Apakah itu menyangkut kehadiran mahasiswa di kelas maupun dalam kaitan dengan keaktifan mereka. Kemudian, problem yang kita hadapi juga adalah bagaimana materi-materi ajar yang diajarkan oleh para dosen itu bisa dikuasai dengan baik melalui beberapa aplikasi ataupun platform pembelajaran online yang diterapkan. Kemudian tantangan yang sebenarnya paling kita rasakan adalah yang tadi saya sebutkan, dosen dan mahasiswa itu belum bisa secara baik menguasai masalah tersebut. Kemudian kita lihat bahwa kita harus mencari solusi bagaimana agar problem-problem tersebut bisa teratasi. Bagaimana kita memikirkan supaya proses pembelajaran melalui diskusi-diskusi kelompok kecil, kemudian forum-forum terstruktur untuk bisa debat dengan sesama di dalam kelompok-kelompok kecil. Ini semua menjadi upaya kita untuk bisa memperbaiki proses pembelajaran di era pandemi Covid-19 ini. Pembelajaran online ini yang memang bermasalah ketika infrastruktur yang terjadi di setiap daerah itu berbeda-beda. Apakah infrastruktur energi melalui jaringan internet maupun jaringan PLN yang saya lihat masih sangat kurang. Sementara kalau kita mengkaji kebutuhan untuk pendidikan jarak jauh, maka diperlukan kemampuan mahasiswa untuk belajar secara mandiri, ya. Kemudian dia bebas menentukan materi apa yang harus dipelajari, cara apa mempelajari materi tersebut, dan bagaimana struktur pembelajaran. Kemudian dosen harus bisa atau pendidik harus bisa untuk membimbing mereka dalam proses tersebut. Dan ini sebuah kesulitan sebenarnya dalam pandemi COVID-19. Fenomena tentu saja kita berhadapan dengan revolusi industri 4.0 yang juga kita sangat pembelajaran saat ini sudah sangat terbuka, kemudian tanpa batas, semua bisa mengakses informasi begitu cepat, kemudian terjadi konvergensi ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, ada disrupsi teknologi dan kemungkinan munculnya pekerjaan baru, profesi baru yang tumbuh dengan kreativitas yang harus tinggi. Dan kita tidak mudah untuk mengembangkan kurikulum yang didasarkan pada untuk menghasilkan para lulusan yang bisa bekerja dengan tuntutan perubahan zaman yang begitu cepat. Lahirnya generasi Y dan Z dan juga merupakan kebutuhan generasi yang aktif dalam proses. Saya pikir itu beberapa hal, dan tentu solusi untuk pemerintah dalam upaya ini adalah bagaimana proses pembelajaran jarak jauh ini dengan kondisi regional kita, daerah kepulauan kita. Harus kita bisa bentuk gugus kerja di daerah untuk memberikan panduan-panduan pembelajaran online, kerangka menggunakan pendanaan di sekolah dengan baik, memberikan otonomi yang luas juga bagi sekolah ataupun pemerintah daerah untuk bisa memberikan percepatan perbaikan infrastruktur. Kemudian guru-guru harus dilengkapi dengan kemampuan pembelajaran jarak jauh, keterampilan pembelajaran di saat pandemi ini. Kita juga harus bisa menggalang kemitraan antara swasta, pemerintah dan swasta agar mereka bisa membantu, terutama untuk paket-paket internet, jaringan internet, dan juga jaringan energi listrik di daerah-daerah. Dan bagi kami alternatif solusi yang penting untuk kita adalah bagaimana pandemi ini membuat kita di sekolah maupun di perguruan tinggi ditantang untuk terus melangkah dan memperbaiki baik teknologi informasi di lembaga-lembaga pendidikan kita masing-masing maupun memberi support bagi pemerintah dalam mengembangkan metodologi pembelajaran yang tepat. Samping itu, pemerintah harus mendukung ketersediaan bandwidth di setiap daerah juga yang besar, sehingga ketika proses pembelajaran online membutuhkan bandwidth yang juga mencukupi. Kesiapan staf maupun peserta didik untuk memahami bagaimana penggunaan teknologi informasi dan juga bisa menggunakan berbagai aplikasi platform pembelajaran online yang banyak. Untuk perguruan tinggi harus bisa bernegosiasi dengan vendor untuk membantu menyediakan akses pembelajaran online yang gratis juga bagi mahasiswa ataupun bagi peserta didik yang bisa digagas oleh pemerintah daerah, baik provinsi maupun pemerintah kabupaten kota. Dan yang penting adalah infrastruktur teknologi dan jaringan internet harus bisa disiapkan. Kami pikir itu beberapa pikiran yang diharapkan bisa membantu kita dalam diskusi di saat ini. Terima kasih untuk kesempatan ini. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Lewakabesi, for a great presentation. We have 20 minutes for discussion session. And I think I will limit only for 2 questions. Well, I think we already have 2 questions. Okay, so okay, Prof, we have one question. The first question from Beatrix Tomasila. So the question is, what solutions can you give to the problem of students who cannot attend lectures due to economic constraints? So maybe you can answer. I think that it's better for you to answer the question first, and then I will continue for the next question, because in the session I will only limit for 2 questions. Okay, Prof.
Ya,
Time is yours.
terima kasih. Bapak Ibu sekalian, terutama yang menanya, untuk masalah mempersiapkan paket ataupun data kuota internet bagi mahasiswa ataupun siswa, pemerintah sebenarnya sudah mengalokasikan melalui Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan melalui pulsa atau paket data untuk mahasiswa dan maupun dosen, juga bagi guru dan siswa. Itu untuk 4 bulan, atau untuk siswa mungkin 6 bulan ya. Kalau di perguruan tinggi itu 4 bulan, dari September, Oktober, November dan Desember. Tetapi memang untuk mendapatkan paket data gratis itu membutuhkan beberapa administratif data yang lengkap. Harus yang pertama sekali, kalau di perguruan atau database
Bapak, Tuhan Isna, saya Antoni, ketemu waktu cendeng kayu bis, Tuhan Ali ini.
Database harus, jadi untuk mendapatkan bantuan itu didukung oleh database di pangkalan data Dikti atau PDDikti yang lengkap. Kemudian untuk para siswa juga harus didukung oleh pangkalan data siswa di Kementerian Pendidikan yang lengkap. Nah, kalau itu didasarkan pada pelaporan kontinu dari setiap sekolah maupun setiap perguruan tinggi. Kalau laporannya di pangkalan datanya tidak lengkap, maka meskipun di entry data baru, itu akan divalidasi lagi apakah nama-nama tersebut terlapor selama tahun terakhir pembelajaran baik oleh sekolah maupun oleh perguruan tinggi atau tidak. Nah, nanti setelah divalidasi oleh pangkalan data siswa, kalau di pendidikan dasar dan menengah itu namanya PDSS, pangkalan data siswa sekolah. Nah, kalau di perguruan tinggi namanya PDDikti, pangkalan data pendidikan tinggi. Nah, nanti divalidasi di sana, kalau kemudian baik dosen maupun mahasiswa, guru ataupun siswa, nanti setelah divalidasi akan dicek lagi nomor-nomor HP mereka itu ke provider internet, apakah Indosat, Telkomsel, XL. Nah, itu setelah divalidasi lagi oleh provider, nanti provider kirim lagi bahwa nomor-nomor HP tersebut itu betul-betul terdata dengan baik. Yang jadi soal itu biasanya nomor HP-nya ganti-ganti. Nah, terdatanya di PDDikti nomor HP lain, ketika dicek oleh provider pada nomor tersebut dia tidak aktif pada saat dicek oleh provider. Nah, di samping nomornya tidak aktif, mungkin pada saat yang dicek oleh provider itu kita sementara colok HP, matikan HP, sehingga nomornya ketika divalidasi tidak ada, ataupun kita pada saat yang sama ada di lokasi yang jaringan internetnya tidak ada.
sehingga pada saat divalidasi oleh provider, itu nomor yang kita sudah update ke pangkalan data, apakah itu pangkalan data dikti ataupun pangkalan data siswa, dia tidak terdeteksi oleh provider. Nah, nanti setelah divalidasi oleh provider, dia balik lagi ke kementerian untuk menetapkan jumlah kuota berdasarkan nama yang sudah dikirim oleh PDDikti maupun nama yang valid menurut provider, baru ditetapkan, diberikan nanti oleh kementerian. Jadi dana itu langsung dikelola oleh kementerian, tidak dikelola oleh institusi sekolah ataupun perguruan tinggi. Nah, kementerian langsung kerjasama dengan provider berdasarkan jumlah itu. Kami di perguruan tinggi di Unpati juga banyak sekali mahasiswa dan dosen kita yang belum memperoleh. Memang kami harus akui karena kita punya pelaporan 19.2 tahun ajaran 2019-2 itu baru 24% prodi-prodi melaporkan data tersebut, sehingga ketika diverifikasi jumlah mahasiswa yang sekarang daftar 20.000 lebih, itu belum semua yang dapat, hanya sekitar paling 2.000-an yang pada gelombang 1 dan 2. Nah, sementara kami sudah mengirim data itu 13.000 mahasiswa. Itu yang tadi kami sebut, bahwa sudah dikirim tetapi validasi oleh PDDikti itu belum. Tetapi jawaban yang singkat bahwa pemerintah sudah memberikan peluang, memberi akses pemberian kuota pulsa bagi baik dosen, guru, mahasiswa maupun siswa lewat mekanisme verifikasi data lewat PDDikti, PDSS, provider internet, apakah Telkomsel, Indosat maupun ProXL, dan kembali lagi ke PDDikti ataupun juga ke PDSS untuk menetapkan. Saran kami, kalau di daerah-daerah sebenarnya pemerintah kabupaten kota itu mestinya bertindak cepat. Kalau dalam pandemi ini butuh seperti kebutuhan itu, maka mestinya ada revisi-revisi anggaran ataupun kebijakan-kebijakan anggaran, kreativitas yang bisa kemudian membantu apakah infrastruktur maupun bantuan kuota bagi klasifikasi siswa ataupun mahasiswa yang kurang mampu. Tetapi Bapak Ibu yang pasti bahwa pemerintah selalu berpikir untuk ini. Cuman bagaimana mekanismenya, tidak boleh double funding. Kalau memang Kementerian Pendidikan sudah mengalokasikan melalui kuota internet bebas tersebut 30 atau 50 GB itu, maka memang mekanisme pemerintah daerah ataupun sekolah harus hati-hati dalam membantu, karena tidak boleh double funding. Itu bisa menjadi temuan dalam proses pertanggungjawaban. Saya pikir demikian. Tadi kami juga sudah berikan saran bahwa mestinya bisa juga bantuan dari pihak swasta yang mungkin melalui pendekatan-pendekatan dari sekolah ataupun pemerintah kabupaten kota untuk bisa membantu seperti ini. Tapi memang kita juga akui di tengah-tengah kondisi ini ekonomi kita semua pada anjlok dan juga perusahaan-perusahaan juga mengalami defisit yang cukup signifikan, dan sehingga proses perbantuan seperti ini juga sesuatu yang kami pikir. Demikian Nona moderator.
Baik Pak Prof, terima kasih penjelasan yang sangat kompleks. Berikut kita masih punya satu pertanyaan lagi sekaligus pertanyaan terakhir. Ini kalau untuk pembelajaran di kampus itu selain kuliah umum yang bisa dilaksanakan menggunakan online kelas, ada juga praktek lapangan. Nah, apakah ada kebijakan dari Universitas Patimura untuk mengatasi hal tersebut? Demikian Pak.
Ya.
Maaf, oke Pak, maaf boleh saya bilang ini pertanyaannya dari Ibu Yelia Tumaswa. Ya Pak, terima kasih.
Ya, Julia, makasih untuk pertanyaannya luar biasa. Yang tadi juga pertanyaannya luar biasa. Apa namanya? Kita begini, memang kondisi ini membuat kita harus kreatif gitu. Sebagai pengambil kebijakan maupun sebagai semua stakeholder yang terkait dengan proses pembelajaran ini, kita harus berpikir kreatif, inovatif, dan cepat mengambil tindakan-tindakan untuk proses belajar ini tetap dia bisa berlangsung dengan baik, dengan kualitas yang kita harapkan. Hingga sampai saat ini kita belum masuk kampus untuk praktikum secara offline. Memang sudah ada beberapa kebijakan untuk jika mau jalan praktikum ataupun penelitian-penelitian di lab, bisa tetapi menerapkan protokol yang ketat. Artinya di satu ruang lab itu paling harus bisa hanya 10, kalau daya tampungnya 30, maka harus bisa hanya 10 orang. Dibuat sip-sip, tetapi juga di dalam ruangan itu harus menggunakan hand sanitizer atau protokol kesehatan secara betul-betul konsisten. Sementara untuk praktek lapangan dan penelitian di lapangan, saya pikir bisa tetap jalan. Yang penting bahwa kalau kegiatan itu lapangan ini kan maknanya luas. Kalau memang dalam penelitian ataupun praktikum yang menggunakan lingkungan alam, maksudnya apakah itu di hutan ataukah di pantai atau di alam sekitar kita, tidak terlalu sulit sebenarnya, hanya menjaga physical distancing dan social distancing-nya. Sementara untuk dan penggunaan maskernya, sementara yang kalau kemudian praktikumnya atau magangnya harus di kantor ataupun di perusahaan, ini juga bisa jalan. Yang penting protokol di instansi ataupun kantor-kantor tersebut kita menerapkan protokol yang tepat. Jadi mari kita berkreasi sama-sama agar kita mendapatkan juga kualitas lulusan, mutu kita sama-sama. Dan kami berharap melalui kondisi pandemi yang seperti ini, mahasiswa juga sudah mesti sadar bahwa mereka harus kreatif menghadapi masalah ini dengan belajar, tidak hanya sekedar menerima dari dosen atau dari pendidik dan dari guru, tetapi mereka juga sudah mesti berpikir, oh kalau saya tidak memperoleh secara langsung dari dosen dan guru seperti ini, saya mestinya ambil langkah apa? Kalau praktikum dan kegiatan di ruang lab-nya tidak bisa dan di luarnya tidak bisa, kira-kira apa yang saya harus dapatkan supaya mengembangkan keterampilan, skill, dan juga attitude kita, supaya kebutuhan terhadap pasar kerja yang nanti membutuhkan begitu banyak profesi-profesi baru, mahasiswa juga bisa nanti justru menguasai keterampilan-keterampilan baru tersebut dan juga pengetahuan-pengetahuan baru tersebut. Di dalam komunikasi online seperti ini juga sangat terbuka, sehingga adik-adik mahasiswa tidak terjebak hanya pada apa yang disampaikan oleh dosen, apa yang disampaikan oleh pendidik, tetapi bisa dapat begitu banyak data, big data, dan literasi data, literasi teknologi, literasi humanis, itu yang perlu dikembangkan oleh masing-masing kita, terutama dosen maupun mahasiswa. Terima kasih moderator untuk waktu.
Ya, terima kasih banyak Pak Prof. Lewaka Besi. Thank you very much also for the participant who joining us in raising question. To summarize what we have discussed in the session, we have to admit that during the COVID-19, digitalization learning is a necessity. However, Maluku, as an archipelagic province, is faced with internet network constraints, so that the online learning process in Maluku province during the pandemic period is ineffective. Therefore, support from related parties is needed so that the digitalization and learning can run well. Well, once again, thank you very much, Professor Lewakabesi.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for Professor Dr. Elflay Wukabesi, MPD, as Vice Rector of Academic Fatimura University, for his mindful presentation. Without further ado, I'm calling on the next session, which will be delivered by our invited speakers, Professor Will Wigelers from University of Humanistic Studies, Utrecht, Netherlands. This plenary will be moderated by Mrs. Alvana Nelawati Apono, SPD, MPD.
Okay, thank you very much, Wenxian. In this plenary session 3, I would like to introduce the invited speaker, Professor Will Wigelers from the University of Humanistic Studies, Utrecht, Netherlands, who will present his research under the title Moral and Citizenship Education After COVID-19. Will Wigelers is a professor of education at the University of Humanistic Studies in Utrecht, the Netherlands. He coordinated the Erasmus Plus Strategic Partnership Education for Democratic Intercultural Citizenship, a collaboration of 7 European universities. He also coordinated the research project Teaching Common Values about how all 28 EU member states pay attention in education to democracy and tolerance. He has been chairing of the Eurasic moral development and education and of the early Eurasic moral and democratic education. He is an editor and founder of the book series Moral Development and Citizenship Education of Real Sense, associate editor of the Journal of Moral Education, and published more than 80 articles in international academic journal and 7 books in English. He is a member of the International Program Advisory Board of the IEA Study on Citizenship Education, or ICCS. In 2012, he received the Mesloeti Award of Early for his book Education and Humanism. In 2015, he received the Kemekor Career Award of the Association of Moral Education for his contribution to the research on moral and citizenship education. His most recent book, Education for Democratic Intercultural Citizenship, received the Best Book Award of the SIG Moral Development and Education of ERA. Professor Will Wigelers, time is yours.
Yeah. Thank you for introducing me, Dr. Kolefura, and thank you, the University of Patimura in Ambon, for inviting me to be your keynote speaker today. And it is a pity that I cannot come to Ambon now, because I really like Indonesia. And my wife, Jane, she was born in Surabaya. So we have been visiting Indonesia quite a lot. And I'm also a visiting professor at University Negeri in Yogyakarta. But I'm very happy now here to be together with the people from Patimura University in Ambon. So I will speak today about moral and citizenship education. I'm not an expert on technology. So I heard a part of the lecture before, and I think that was very interesting. Very interesting about the role of technology in education, and in particular in this era. But I will speak more about moral and citizenship education. and how we can improve that in a contemporary era. So I want to start with the slides. Krista, can you take the PowerPoint? Yeah, good. So in the first picture, you saw my university. It's in Utrecht, in the center of Utrecht. You see all buildings from the 18th century and the canal. This is typical for the Netherlands. Maybe some of you have been in the Netherlands, and otherwise you're very welcome to come to the Netherlands. And so I'll speak about moral and citizenship education. So in my research, I'm focusing both on moral education and on citizenship education. And nowadays, citizenship is in many countries the concept that has been used about the identity development of people. What kind of person we want to have in society, and how education can contribute to that, to helping and developing that. So the concept of citizenship is very, very central nowadays in societies all over the world. The concept moral refers to what you think about what is a good life, what is good, what is bad, what you should prefer. So people can have different ideas about morality, about what are important values, and also different ideas about what kind of citizenship is important. If the concept of citizenship, I said, is central now the past few decades in policy and also in research. And the concept has been broadened and has been deepening. First, the concept was only formulated on the national level, the Indonesian citizenship or the Dutch citizenship. Nowadays, we also speak about the regional citizenship, for example, European citizenship. And I know also some people speak about the don't know exactly how you pronounce it, ASEAN, so the Southeast Asian cooperation of countries. There's also a kind of citizenship. And of course, now you have the global citizenship, the concept of global citizenship. I will come back to that later on. So it's not only the broadening of the concept, but also what I call the deepening of the concept of citizenship. Originally, the concept was only formulated on the political level, but now it's also on the social and the cultural level. And that means that the citizenship is also about how we are living together. What is good behavior in public life, but also more in general. So it's also about the social and cultural dimension of life. When we think about learning values, I distinguish teaching values and learning values. So when we look at the learning process of students, we cannot use anymore the concept of transfer. That's too mechanic. You cannot say that you can transfer from the teacher to the students. It's more dynamic. In fact, it is a personal process of giving meaning. That's for values, but in reality, it's about everything, also about knowledge. People give a personal meaning to it. And this is what is called a social constructivist way on looking at learning, articulated in particular by Brunner. is a personal process of giving meaning. But a learner, a person, doesn't that only in a personal way, but also in a dialogical way. In dialogues with people, in dialogue with resources, with books, with text, with pictures, with movies, with computer content, people in a dialogical way develop their ideas. So learning is both a personal process and a dialogical process. And in my work, I distinguish three kinds of learning processes. The first one is reflective, and the second one is dialogical, and the third one democratic. And with reflective, I mean that in a learning process, the learner should reflect on his developing, on his giving meaning. Think about why he or she thinks in a certain way. And dialogical means that we should challenge people to have dialogues with each other and with the teacher and with the other students about their learning process, about what they learn, how they develop their meaning. And the third one, democratic, that means that in a democracy, and maybe you can say even in all societies, people have to live together. And particularly in democracy, it's important that people can come to a collaboration, make joint decisions, come into consensus. So that democratic learning process, I think, is also very important. When we speak about teaching values has to do with the curriculum. It's embedded in all subjects, in particular in subjects like history, like religious studies, like citizenship, but also in geography, biology, literature, languages, science. In all the curricula, you have moral values. So teachers should work with that. And teachers, from their professional role, they have pedagogical goals, what they want to realize with students. I'll come back to that later. So teachers have pedagogical goals. They want to reach something. They want to develop a certain knowledge, certain skills, certain attitudes. But as I said, we cannot look at that from a mechanic way. It's not a transfer situation between teacher and students. And that doesn't mean that the teacher is neutral or has no influence. No, teachers always stimulate certain values. Therefore, I introduced the concept value stimulation. Teachers try, by their examples, by their talking, by their reaction to the students, try to stimulate certain values. In particular, when we look at values, it's interesting to look at how people deal with controversial issues. And I think it's very important that students learn to look from different perspectives to a certain topic. And not only when an issue is controversial, but also when people can have different ideas about something. Just let them talk about what they like, what they don't like, and compare that. I compare that with other people, so that they get used to different perspectives. I think that's very important if you think of teaching values. And we should also be aware that teachers play a very central role in inclusion and exclusion. In inclusion, certain students, but also exclusion, certain students. We should be aware of that very strongly. Moral values are not only embedded in the curriculum, in the content, but also in the culture of the school. People experience values in the interpersonal relationships, how they relate to other people, in the way the school is organized, in the structure. And I think it's very important from the point of view of citizenship, in particular democratic citizenship, that we try to make the school culture as democratic as possible. I'm not saying that students should determine everything, but I argue that it's good to get students as much as involved as possible. So the school culture, when we think about moral education, we really should look at the school culture. In the school culture, diversity is a very important issue. In all countries, we see that schools attract certain groups of students, people from the neighborhood, but also people from the same circle, from the same community. And particularly in Western Europe, and in particular in the Netherlands, we have a lot of social and cultural segregation. Some groups of students will go to one school, for example, a Catholic school, other schools go to Protestant school, and other schools go to public schools, or other students go to public schools. So people have their own group of students where they are going, in which they go to school. So I'm very much in favor of public schools in which the different social and cultural groups meet, where they come together. I think it's very important for an educational system, for a society, that we have good public schools that appreciate diversity. I think it's also for Indonesia, and I've been visiting some schools there. It's very interesting to see. And it's very important that people meet each other, people from different cultural and social backgrounds, that they meet each other in the school. Therefore, it's also important that that the diversity is not only among the students, but also among the teachers. That there are teachers from different gender, teachers from different cultural background, people from different religious, people with a different sexual orientation. All kinds of diversities should be visible in schools. I think it's very important. If you want to have schools that are an exemplar for society, then diversity must be in the schools, and that we should learn to live and to work with diversity. I just said that teachers always have pedagogical goals. They have ideas about what they find important. And we have done in the Netherlands, but also in other countries, research on what pedagogical goals teachers find important. And we find 3 groups of goals. We could cluster them. The first one, we could cluster the pedagogical goals in 3 groups. And the first was adaptation. And that means that students learn to behave well, to listen, to listen to elder people, to be disciplinary. So that kind of behavior, we call it adaptation. And that's very central in, for example, the character education approach of Licona. The third group of pedagogical goals is more related to autonomy, in developing your own choice, in taking responsibility for your own life, thinking critical. So that's what we call autonomy development. And that's very central in the moral education, the moral development approach of Lawrence Kohlberg from Harvard, a very important person in moral education. But also in the sociology of Anthony Giddens with his idea about agency. So autonomy is a third group of goals. And the third group, autonomy is the second group. The third group is the social orientation. And there we find different concepts, ranging from more psychological to more political. And for example, the concept of care by Noddings, that we should develop a care orientation in people, that people have empathy, that people try to care for other people, and care for the common good. But also more political ideas, like the ideas of Paulo Freire, of empowerment of people and transformation of society. And we could link these three groups of pedagogical goals into three types of citizenship. The first one is what we call an adapted citizenship, and that emphasizes discipline and social orientation, in particular social orientation in the own community. The second one is an individualized citizenship, with a strong focus on autonomy, but with a weak social orientation. So a strong focusing on the own life, on the own success, on the own career, the own position. The third one is what we call a critical democratic citizenship, and that combines a focus on autonomy and on social concern. So it tries to find a balance between autonomy and a social orientation. We call it critical democratic citizenship. With this type of citizenship, go back again one. And with this type of citizenship, we could show that people have different ideas about citizenship, different orientations, either adapted, either individualized, or either critical democratic. And of course, in reality, there's a mix between these three. And we also could ask, so what do you find important? And in the Netherlands, many teachers find a critical democratic citizenship important. Not a very, very political one, but a critical democratic citizenship. But when we ask to what are they doing in practice, then they say, we emphasize a lot adapted citizenship. You should be on time, you should work hard, you should help other students. So adapted citizenship is very important in educational practice. And also the teacher said, we find an individualized citizenship very central in education. We do a lot of selection, assessment. So we focus on the individual a lot. And they said, of course, we want to have more cooperative learning, more project work, more group work. But in fact, it's not that easy to realize. So the goal for critical democratic is stronger than the practice. But I think it's important to develop that more. We also did studies on the concept of global citizenship. And again, so I had the idea when looking at the literature that you could make different types of citizenship. And here I make a distinction between the open global citizenship, and that's a neoliberal market ideology of openness, that we should be open to the world, to other cultures, but it's a quite neutral openness. The second one, is a moral global citizenship. And that's about appreciating diversity, enhancing humanity, and taking care of the world. It's a moral call for a better world, very much emphasized by, for example, Martha Nussbaum and other philosophers. And that's about taking care of the whole world, global world, and of humanity, and appreciating diversity, and helping people to develop their capacities. So that's a moral appeal of taking responsibility for the global world. But you also can distinguish a third type of global citizenship, a more social political global citizenship. And that one challenged power relations and asked for social justice. So comparing to the moral, this is more political and also more helping people that are disadvantaged at the moment and changing power relations. So that's more a political position. And to think, for example, at the work of Paulo Freire, but also critical pedagogy. and particularly in the third one, the idea of democracy is very central. And I refer a lot to the work of the Belgian philosopher Chantal Mouffe. And she said we should have two kinds of democracy, a liberal, and that is focusing on freedom and rights. And the second one is democratic, that focus on equality, combating inequality, and involvement of all. And I think she's very right in emphasizing the second one. I think that's very important. Democracy shouldn't be only a liberal way of thinking about freedom, but it should also be a project of social justice. And I think in particular, many Western democracy can learn a lot of that. And I make already a few references to the work of Paulo Freire, the Brazilian pedagogue. He has inspired me a lot. And his quote is, we should make the pedagogy more political and political more pedagogical. I'm rephrasing that into, we should make the moral more political and the political more moral. I hope you can follow my talk, and maybe, I don't know if you're aware, but for me it's 3 o'clock in the morning. So I had to wake up very early this morning, but I'm very happy that I can do this. I really like to do it. And I hope we have later on some time for questions and some dialogue. Nowadays, you see some developments in citizenship. Culture gets more attention than social class and power relations. We really should take care of both for the national and for the global citizenship concept, that we don't make it too cultural, that we keep attention for social class and power relations, that we keep it a powerful political concept. You also see in many countries that there is an inward looking in the national citizenship, their own history, their own culture. We see that we did the research in Europe and in many countries, you see that there is an attention for a national citizenship, a national history, and own culture. And I think that's very important, in particular for quite young countries. But we also should have a global orientation, an international orientation. And I put it here for not to forget it. So I've been teaching a few times at Nigeria University in Yogyakarta, and students of citizenship education. And I had talks like this, like I'm doing now. And I'm also made a survey. I made a questionnaire about global citizenship. And I asked the students in Indonesia and my students in the Netherlands. And interesting it was that Indonesian students will score higher on global citizenship, in particular on the social-political type of citizenship. The Dutch and the Indonesians score quite about the same for the moral citizen, for the open global citizenship, and for the moral global citizenship. But the Indonesian students were more political engaged and more social justice oriented than the Dutch students. That's a very interesting findings, I think. And that's very good to hear for the Indonesian students. What if we look at COVID-19? Till now, I haven't been speaking about it, but it's a crazy world, very crazy world at the moment. And I hope that we can combat COVID-19 and return more to more normal life. Exactly 1 year ago, I was in Yogyakarta, and I couldn't imagine that only a few months after that, the whole world got locked, and that we got real bad diseases. I hope that your families haven't been hurt that much. But what learned COVID-19? What can we learn from COVID-19 and citizenship? What it really shows the global interdependence. With all the traveling and all the trades nowadays between countries, there's much more global interdependence, all kind of ways. People meet more, people travel more, and it's easier for a virus to spread. So we really come aware of the global interdependence, the good things, but also the bad things. Then it says something about how we as human beings relate to nature. The virus had started, has a biological start, and relates about the relation of human beings and nature. So we should think about that. How in a good way we can work on that. I'm not a biologist, but I think we really should think about how we cultivate nature and have a good way of living together with nature. It's also very important that what was learned the COVID-19 pandemic, that we should challenge trust in science and in government. It's very important that science and government are behaving in a true and truthful way, and that we can trust them. It's very important that we can trust science and government. I spoke a lot about national and global citizenship, but most responses at the moment are at the local national level. We close borders, we have less travel. Each country has their own measures. Mostly they have the same measures as the other countries, but they make their own measures. So there is a national, local response to the international pandemic. We should be aware of that. And I think we should try to balance a national and an international approach. And what you can see that in general, the empowerment of people hasn't been enhanced by the pandemic. So we should keep aware of the empowering the people. So what we should do, I think we should work with nature in a better way. I also know that Indonesia is thinking about that and working on that. It's so important for all countries to have a good relationship with nature. We also should really be aware of good healthcare personally, but also good healthcare system. We should appreciate human interaction and care. I think what the COVID-19 pandemic learns us is that human interaction is so important, and also that caring for each other is so important. I think it realizes what we are as human beings, social beings. We should really work on community building and be very inclusive in that. Try to include as much people as much as possible. So community building is very important. That kind of. We should work, and I said that already just before, on empowerment of people and on trust, helping people that they feel empowered about their own situation, that they can influence their life, and that there is trust between that people trust each other and people trust authorities. And I think we really should keep global. I can imagine that many initiatives to fight against the virus are at the local and national level, but we also should be aware of the global orientation, that we have a common activity, a common project. So the global should be keep part of it. In many countries, schools have been closed. In the Netherlands, universities are still closed, but primary and secondary schools are open since the summer holiday. They were closed in spring, but now they are open again. And period of when the schools are closed, there is a lot of online learning. And I think it's very great that so many teachers have been working very hard on developing online learning. I think we never would have expected that we could do so much with online learning than we are doing now. It has some advantage, online learning, but also some disadvantage. It depends a lot on the availability of devices at home, or the learning space at home. If students have a possibility to learn in a quiet room, if they have support of parents, if the parents can support them. And what we see in the Netherlands, but I think in many countries, we see a growing inequality between students. That students who have less possibilities at home have more difficulties in learning. So inequality is growing. And one of the things education should do is try to reduce inequality. But unfortunately, with the online learning, giving the differences and possibilities of students, inequality is growing. I'm not blaming some people. I'm just saying that this is happening when there are unequal resources at home. Teachers, the role of teachers is very complex in online learning. They have to supervise the learning process of the students. They have to follow and to stimulate the social development of students. And they must have an overview of the individual learning process and the processes in the group. I think this is already very difficult in a normal classroom. And with online learning, it's even more difficult. So you can say, and I come back to the 3 ways of learning I introduced in the beginning. So teaching and learning is now less dialogical. People have less an overview, and there is less a community. And what we see in many countries is that people are more aware of the importance of education than before. In the Netherlands, one of the arguments was going back that opened the schools again, was that so important for students. They can meet each other, that they can meet the teachers, that they have better resources for learning. So education is so important. What has shown us this pandemic is the central role of education in society. But also we should look, what are the good things of online learning? And so many people now are using words like hybrid learning, blended learning, and we should try to mix more different ways of learning, online learning. Giving this lecture now is also a kind of online learning. And so we should use different possibilities for learning. Learning in school, also online learning. But in schools, we should really work on community building with the community, but also with the global world. I think it's very important to have a vision on the global world and work on that, to see your own society as part of a larger world. So that means developing a vision on good citizenship, on good nature, and on good health. So to sum up and to conclude, first about learning. As I said, students give a personal meaning to values, and they develop these in dialogue with others and with resources. We always should be aware of that. And this is more difficult in online learning, but we should try to do it as best as possible. Like we also will have in a few minutes some dialogues together. Teachers guide these learning processes and intervene dialogical, driven by the purpose and goals of education and their own pedagogical ideas. I think it's very important for teachers on all levels, on primary schools, on secondary schools, and in university. Think what they find important pedagogical ideals, what they find important goals of education, and how they can realize that. Learning from different perspectives is very important for dealing with controversial issues. In fact, for all issues, but in particular with controversial issues. I think that's so important. Also, when we speak now about students, with students about the COVID-19 pandemic and how we can have social distance and all that kind of measures. It's very important to look at different perspectives and start the dialogues. Values are not only embedded in the curriculum, but also in the school culture. And we should try to make school culture as democratic as possible. As social and cultural diversity is part of an inclusive and democratic education at schools. And my last slide. Here you see my new book. You can download, it's open access. So everybody can download this for free on the website of Braille Sense. So to conclude, students should be challenged to learn more reflectively, dialogically, and democratically, and to develop their citizenship, hopefully, a critical democratic type. As I said, people can make a choice, but I hope that many people like to work on a critical democratic type. And that's not one specific format. We should discuss about what it means and see what different articulations there are possible. And I think we all, citizens and scholars, should appreciate more the moral work of teachers. They can play a crucial role in making society more democratic, just, inclusive, and sustainable. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Futilers, for an incredible presentation and also for staying awake till 3 a.m. only to share your knowledge with us. Well, we really, really appreciate it. Well, I think that we already have two questions. The first question is from Ibu Cynthia. It is for sure that during COVID-19, students will face with lack of social life. How to minimize this problem after this pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think it's very important that that we appreciate social life in school. Of course, students should learn a lot in school. They should learn to read, to speak, and mathematics and so on, foreign language. But also they should have time to hang around together, with their peers, to be social. And in particular, I think we should let them help each other. I really like all kind of systems that younger students are mentored by elder students. You can do that in the university, but also in secondary schools, that students help each other, that they come together a community, that they see that they also can develop social skills. So it's very important that we appreciate the social life of schools. It's very important. Learning is important, but also the social life, and that can cultivate the people. And also in the Netherlands, I spoke with students, young students, and also university students. And so happy that they could go again to school. So it's very important to pay attention to that social life in schools.
Well, okay, the next question, and also the last question for this session. This is from Ibu Lishe. In this pandemic COVID-19, how to apply education method in democratic frame to have a success in citizenship education.
So how can you say it again? Or can I read it?
Yeah, in this pandemic COVID-19, how to apply education method in democratic frame to have a success in citizenship education.
Yeah. I think, as I said, with a critical democratic view on citizenship, both autonomy and a social orientation is very important. And the autonomy we can develop by challenging students that they develop their own ideas, that they develop their own perspective, that they think about their own view of life. So we should stimulate that to think about what they find important in life, how they can help other people, what kind of social life they want, what they find important for, in life. And we should learn them to use different perspectives, and also that they inquire different different social and cultural groups, that they learn from different social and cultural groups. And that makes already the link to the social orientation, that people learn to live together, and not only with their friends, but also with people from other groups, groups they are not so familiar with. And so it's very important that we introduce this kind of activities in our classrooms, in primary schools, in secondary schools, but also at the university level. And that we do a lot of community activities with students. I think that's very important. In the Netherlands, we had quite a lot of projects in which students were helping people in society. And the ones I liked the most where young people are helping elder people. For example, we had some schools had projects in which the students of primary education, higher classes of primary education, they were helping elderly people the use of computers and the use of the mobile phones. Those little children, they were more skillful than the elder people in that. There was a kind of reverse pedagogy that the young people were teaching the elder people. I think that are very important activities for getting students engaged in a democratic society. Thank you for this question. So yeah.
Okay, thank you for all the answers. Well, before I close this session, it can be concluded that during the COVID-19 pandemic, students were faced with full-time online learning. However, without realizing it, this can be affect their social orientation. Therefore, after COVID-19, it is hoped that teachers can focus more on students' social interaction and teaching students to learn from different perspectives.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Fiedlers, for an incredible presentation.
Okay, thank you. I really enjoyed it. So yeah, good.
All right, again, we would like to extend our gratitude to Professor Wil Virgulers from University of Humanistic Studies, Utrecht, Netherlands, for providing meaningful insight for his presentation. And with all due respect, I'm calling on the keynote speaker for today's webinar, Professor Dr. Aris Junaidi, PhD, as Learning and Students Director Minister on Education and Culture. This session will be moderated by Mrs. Helena M. Brijo, MRELP. For Mrs. Helena, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. Can I just double check if Professor Aris is already at the Zoom meeting, just to make sure? Good afternoon, Professor.
We request all the participants for a moment because our keynote speaker haven't joined this meeting with us. So hopefully we will begin shortly.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are truly sorry for the delay, and I'm going to provide this opportunity for Mrs. Helena Rijoli to continue the session. We will possibly begin with our keynote speaker at 12:30 as in the schedule. So for Ms. Helena, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Francia, as the moderator. Dear speakers and participants, the schedule for our keynote speaker is at 12:30. So we basically have 15 more minutes. Kita masih punya 15 menit lagi basically. And our keynote speaker is Professor Aris Junaidi. He is from the Belmawa, Belmawa Dikbud. So I think he's very on time. So we hope to have him at our scheduled time, which is 12:30. So in the meantime, we are going to fill in this 15 minutes with some discussion perhaps untuk menunggu Pak Profesor Aris dari Belmawa Dikti. Mungkin kita isi sekitar 12 menit ke depan ini dengan diskusi basically. Karena mungkin ada pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang mungkin tidak bisa ditanyakan, atau komentar atau opini yang belum bisa diutarakan. So perhaps during the plenary sessions, you have questions that you aren't able to ask, or opinions that you would like to talk about, or sharing your experience. So I perhaps would like to give this 12 minutes while waiting for our keynote speakers, for our participants who would like to share or ask questions. Jadi 12 menit ini mungkin saya berikan kesempatan kepada peserta di sini yang mau bertanya atau juga sharing tentang baik tantangan, hambatan, challenges, ataupun hal-hal menarik yang sudah dilakukan di kelas-kelas masing-masing. So, kalau ada, saya bisa kasih floor untuk berbicara sekitar 12 menit ke depan, if any. Kalau ada yang mau berbagi. Kalau tidak ada yang mau berbagi, mungkin saya mau bertanya. Saya bertanya, ini sebenarnya bagian dari pertanyaan, mungkin untuk persiapan kepada ditanyakan ke Pak Prof nanti, berkaitan dengan bantuan pulsa data yang diberikan. So while waiting for others who would like to share, I'm going to ask a questions to the floor about the the internet package support given by the government to each of the students and teacher. Bantuan pulsa data yang diberikan kepada guru atau dosen dan siswa-siswa. We know that not all of us receive the internet package, belum semua menerima paket pulsa data tersebut. But I am wondering, I'm eager to know how efficient it is, how effective is this aid? Seberapa efektif dan efisienkah bantuan pulsa data ini? Apakah berfungsi dengan baik, ataukah justru tidak membantu atau tidak cukup? Karena ini inisiasi bantuan dari pemerintah, tapi mungkin kita perlu sharing dari kita yang di lapangan, seberapa baik atau seberapa efisien bantuan ini. Atau mungkin sebenarnya Bapak Ibu berpikir ada bantuan model lain yang lebih diperlukan instead of dibandingkan dengan pulsa data. Apakah ada yang mau berbagi pendapat?
Selamat siang Ibu, saya
Selamat
boleh.
siang Pak. Pak Antonius Heatubun, ya, Pak. Silakan ya. Pak.
Ya, langsung aja ke ya, apa yang disampaikan oleh Ibu. Saya sendiri punya pengalaman ini anak-anak ya, mahasiswa kita. Jadi ada yang memang seperti tadi Pak Dokter, Pak Prof sudah sampaikan bahwa tidak merata, bahkan baru beberapa persen dari mereka yang mendapatkan pulsa data itu. Ini tentu mengganggu sekali, apalagi dalam keadaan seperti begini. Apakah kita dari kampus, kita sudah mengusahakan semaksimal mungkin supaya mahasiswa kita itu mendapatkan itu, ataukah memang kita hanya sebatas data, tapi kita tidak mengambil langkah lebih lagi? Karena memang situasi yang sangat sulit, bahkan kita tahu juga bahwa mahasiswa kita banyak kembali ke tempatnya. Tadi Pak Dokter juga sudah sampaikan, tapi apakah ada langkah-langkah konkret dari pihak kita institusi untuk membantu mereka secepatnya begitu? Terima kasih.
Iya Pak. Saya akan tampung pertanyaannya nanti sebentar. Kalau misalnya, kalau boleh Bapak bisa bertanya langsung ke Pak Arief juga. Dan juga kalau tidak berarti mungkin nanti saya akan tanyakan juga digabung dengan pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang lain agar suara-suara kita bisa didengar oleh Dermawa ya Pak ya. Baik, silakan Pak Julian. Pak Antonius, terima kasih banyak Pak.
Terima kasih.
Saya mengapresiasi sih sebetulnya apa yang diupayakan oleh pemerintah ya. Meskipun saya tidak memperolehnya ya, karena mungkin karena kartu halo atau apalah teknis bagaimana aku tidak mendapat. Tapi poin saya adalah bahwa bantuan itu kan hanya sifatnya apa ya? Aku sulit menemukan terminologi untuk mengidentifikasinya.
Prematur mungkin Pak?
Karena sampai sejauh ini kita tidak pernah mengetahui atau memang perlu dikaji apakah kebijakan itu dia memberi dampak yang signifikan bagi peningkatan kualitas mahasiswa ya, atau siapapun yang memperoleh. Pengetahuannya minimal ya, karena ya kita semua mengalami bagaimana mahasiswa dengan saya menggunakan tanda kutip licik gitu ya, selalu beralasan saya tidak dapat sinyal atau suara Bapak terputus-putus ya, artinya mereka mendapat bantuan pulsa tapi lalu juga tidak bisa mengikuti perkuliahan karena hal lain yang hal teknis lainnya gitu ya. Itu poin pertama. Poin kedua, kita bisa merasakan sendiri bagaimana suasana kuliah secara online, secara virtual, dan ada yang sambil tidur, ada yang sambil masak, ada yang ya sangat banyak situasi yang menurut saya itu sangat mempengaruhi kualitas proses belajar mengajar yang terakhir terjadi. Belum lagi bagaimana kita mengukur kejujuran mahasiswa atau pembelajar dalam melaksanakan tugas. Jangan-jangan mereka saling WA, saling share gitu ya, kita nggak tahu gitu ya. Itu yang tidak terdeteksi. Sehingga menurut saya bantuan yang sudah diberikan itu memang sudah sangat membantu, bantuan membantu ya tentu saja ya. Tapi lalu dibutuhkan kebijakan lain gitu lah. Selain kita berdoa supaya segera ini berakhir, lalu kita bisa tatap muka langsung. Apapun kelemahan dari sistem ini sangat-sangat kuat, sangat besar gitu. Dan bahkan saya dengar atau membaca beberapa statement dari Mas Menteri bahwa belajar online ini di perguruan tinggi akan diteruskan gitu ya. Saya tidak tahu apakah karena COVID belum tahu berakhir kapan atau ke depan itu mau dikembangkan. Nah kalau itu dikembangkan itu perlu dipikirkan hal-hal yang tadi yang saya mention about it. Gitu. Saya kira itu Ibu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Julian. Jadi dari Pak Antonius dan Pak Julians bilang memang perlu dibantu dan masih perlu dibantu, tapi bantuan ini kadang-kadang prematur karena dijalankan berdasarkan pemikiran bahwa iya ini harus dijalankan, perlu dikaji, kemudian efisiensi dan efektivitasnya, harus dikembangkan juga etika akademik dari mahasiswa dan juga dosen, terutama tentang kejujuran melakukan tugas, tentu saja iya, atau juga dosen bagaimana menyikapi mungkin memberikan tugas yang berbeda supaya kemudian lebih banyak ke analitis mungkin sehingga tidak bisa di-copy terlalu banyak gitu mungkin Pak ya. Baik, terima kasih Pak Julian dan Pak Antonius. Mungkinkah ada yang masih mau berbagi? Kita masih punya 5-6 menit ke depan. Silakan, mungkin ada yang guru atau ada yang mahasiswa atau yang dari luar Ambon yang sementara bergabung juga silahkan.
Halo.
Ya,
Halo
silakan
Ibu
Pak.
Helena.
Pak Kustanto.
Ibu Helena.
Yes, Pak.
Ya, saya Ibrahim dari Palu.
Oh, salah, maaf. Silakan Pak Ibrahim.
Ya, terima kasih sudah saya bisa ikut dalam seminar ini. Yang ingin saya sampaikan sebenarnya bukan bertanya bagaimana nanti dalam hal ini pihak pemerintah ini bisa memikirkan ke depan, ya salah satu yang sudah dibuat oleh pemerintah ini dengan memberikan pulsa gratis. Saya cukup mengapresiasi ini, tetapi hal lain yang mungkin bisa dipikirkan karena ke depan kemungkinan kita bisa melakukan pembelajaran tatap muka di sekolah, karena saya melihat sekolah-sekolah yang ada di luar di Cina itu bagaimana ruang kelas mereka itu diatur, ditata sedemikian rupa sehingga betul-betul anak-anak itu tidak ada interaksi satu dengan yang lain begitu yang dekat ya, atau membuat rentan terhadap bisa terjangkitnya virus. Mereka diatur sedemikian rupa. Saya lihat itu pakai seperti kaca, ada pembatas. Nah, ini menjadi masalah kalau ini dibebankan ke sekolah-sekolah yang mengadakan ini. Ini saya minta selain pulsa data yang sudah disampaikan oleh yang diberikan pemerintah kepada para siswa, ini juga belum semua bisa dapat, saya lihat ya.
Betul,
mungkin
Pak.
karena data di Dapodik yang bermasalah atau ada hal lain. Tapi itu juga yang saya sampaikan tadi, mungkin bisa dipikirkan untuk bisa diberi bantuan kepada sekolah-sekolah terutama yang di daerah. Kalau kayak saya sendiri ini, saya ada di Kota Palu, Sulawesi Tengah.
Ya, Pak.
Agak sedikit terbantu karena jaringan agak bagus. Tapi kalau saya lihat yang di daerah, khususnya itu jaringan agak sulit. Saya ini sementara mengikuti kegiatan PPG dengan Ken Ambon. Kalau yang dari daerah masuk itu biasa selalu mengeluh jaringan. Ini
Nah, kita tunggu sebentar untuk Pak Ibrahim. Jaringannya mungkin agak sedikit gangguan. Pak Ibrahim. Silakan Pak Ibrahim, lanjutkan. Pak Ibrahim mungkin jaringannya down. Persis seperti yang beliau katakan juga. Ya, sudah ada pulsa tapi kadang-kadang juga tidak ada jaringan. Jadi ini yang seperti tadi Pak Julians bilang perlu dikaji lebih lanjut. Itu kembali ke pertanyaan saya di awal. Kalau pulsa data mungkin ini adalah respon pertama dari pemerintah ya untuk menangani situasi dan kondisi. Tapi setelah kita menjalani setelah beberapa bulan ini, pertanyaan saya adalah kira-kira apa lagi yang perlu kita sebentar tanyakan atau ajukan ke Pak Prof. Aris bahwa bantuan jenis apa lagi yang sebenarnya lebih menyentuh dan lebih kita perlukan. Sebentar, saya cek Pak Ibrahim sepertinya sudah kembali. Pak Ibrahim bisa melanjutkan?
Itu tadi Bu, ya, mungkin kurang jelas ya apa yang saya sampaikan, putus-putus.
Iya, tadi sampai ke bahwa kelas sudah diatur dengan sangat baik, jadi ada penerapan protokol dan seterusnya.
Ya, itu yang mungkin bisa disampaikan kepada pihak pemerintah, bisa memikirkan itu. Yang berikut masalah jaringan juga ya, jaringan yang diperbaiki, karena selain saya lihat kemarin saya nonton di televisi itu untuk Jakarta itu ada mereka program WiFi apa namanya itu, dia di setiap ada daerah-daerah tertentu masyarakat bisa pakai. Di mana saja ada
gitu, Pak, ya?
Hotspot begitu diberikan. Itu Jakarta ada berapa ratus titik itu akan diusahakan. Nah, saya ingin jangan cuma ada di Jakarta. Saya ingin juga seperti di Kota Palu ada juga. Jadi anak-anak itu mau belajar, khususnya anak-anak yang kurang mampu, itu bisa mengakses internet karena tersedia. Nah, hal-hal ini mungkin bisa dipikirkan ke depan. Karena begini menurut saya, Bu, walaupun tandanya katakanlah, dan kita berharap semua, corona ini sudah berakhir, virus ini sudah berakhir. Tetapi proses pembelajaran yang kita lakukan seperti sekarang ini juga cukup baik, cukup membantu. Kami guru, saya ini guru yang akhirnya berusaha belajar menggunakan IT semua karena keadaan. Nah, ini satu kemajuan. Ada sisi hikmahnya di balik corona ini. Ini mungkin yang bisa
kasihan. Mungkin dari sesi pembahasan Pak Ibrahim ini adalah potret kenyataan kita di Indonesia. Jaringan yang sering putus, koneksi yang kadang-kadang down. Pak Ibrahim, bisa dilanjutkan?
Ya, itu saja, berarti agak putus-putus, Bu, ya?
Iya, Pak, benar.
Ya, yang tadi yang saya sampaikan, penataan ruang kelas.
Oke, Pak Ibrahim putus lagi. Tidak apa-apa. Sambil menunggu, mungkinkah ada yang lain yang mau menambahkan? Saya sangat senang kalau ada suara dari mahasiswa.
Ayo Ibu mungkin.
Oh, Pak Kustanto, silakan Pak.
Ya. Halo Ibu, terima kasih Bu untuk kesempatannya. Yang pertama saya mengapresiasi kegiatan ini Bu ya, luar biasa. Ya, mudah-mudahan sering-sering kegiatan diskusi seperti ini sehingga bisa membuka wawasan kita semua tentang problem-problem yang kita hadapi. Memang kalau bicara pembelajaran daring dan luring di masa pandemi ini cukup banyak masalah yang perlu kita tangani bersama begitu ya, terutama bagi kita sebagai dosen, guru, sehingga apapun risikonya tetap kita harus bergerak, harus kita maju. Terkait dengan pulsa yang diberikan oleh pemerintah, saya juga mendapatkan itu. Tetapi bagi saya itu tidak terlalu efektif. Seperti kemarin tuh saya dapat 32 kalau tidak salah ya, itu sampai habis bulan itu masih ada sekitar 27, bayangkan. Karena sinyalnya tidak bagus. Nah, ini berarti perlu ada pembenahan ya. Jadi pemerintah memberikan pulsa tapi perlu ada juga dari Telkomsel membenahi jaringan-jaringan itu sehingga program pemerintah itu tidak mubazir. Ya, bayangkan 20 sekian yang tersisa itu kan rugi kan begitu. Kemudian yang berikut, kendala-kendala yang kita hadapi selain pulsa masih banyak hal lain. Ya, keterbatasan teknologi siswa yang untuk mengakses pembelajaran daring juga handphonenya tidak siap yang bagus, itu juga merupakan kendala. Dan itu juga pasti terjadi untuk mahasiswa. Nah, tapi apapun risikonya tetap kita harus bergerak. Nah, yang perlu nanti disarankan, mudah-mudahan bisa tersampaikan itu selain memberikan pulsa, tapi harus ada kerjasama dengan pihak Telkomsel membenahi jaringan-jaringan itu sehingga uang yang dikeluarkan oleh pemerintah dalam bentuk pulsa data itu tidak mubazir. Kalau rata-rata misalnya masih 20 giga saja tidak terpakai dalam bulan itu, berarti kan berapa banyak dana yang tidak terpakai, anggap saja kan seperti begitu. Memang kita sebenarnya belum siap ya dibandingkan dengan negara-negara di luar ya, itu kan beda ya. Kita dari sisi infrastruktur, sarana prasarana kita belum siap. Hanya karena kondisi maka kita memaksakan diri untuk ke sana. Tapi ini kalau berlanjut nanti bisa menjadi apa itu pembelajaran campuran, itu juga lebih bagus sehingga kita juga sudah mulai masuk dengan teknologi. Mau tidak mau kan era 4.0 nih, industri 4.0 ini kan kita juga harus masuk sana. Nah, cuma perlu pembenahan perlahan-lahan gitu ya untuk perbaikan infrastruktur, saya pikir begitu. Ini
Baik, Pak Kustanso, terima kasih. Saya potong sekali karena Pak Keynote Speaker kita sudah ada. Terima kasih atas masukannya Bapak Ibu semuanya. Saya minta nanti sebentar hal-hal yang penting yang sudah kita bahas dalam jeda waktu tadi bisa disampaikan nanti kembali di session sebentar. Baik, saya kembalikan ke Ibu MC. Bagaimana Ibu? Apakah saya lanjut?
Yes, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Our keynote speaker is in our Zoom sessions, and I would like to welcome Pak Professor Aris Junaidi, and we shall start with our session now. The Honorable Rector and Vice Rector of Pattimura University, the Honorable Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Teachers Training, Education Sciences of Pattimura University, the Honorable Lecturers and Staff Members of Faculty of Teachers Training and Educational Sciences of Pattimura University, all presenters and participants of this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the keynote speaker session. I am honored to be your moderator for this session. My name is Helena Rijoli. This session will take about 1 hour. Our keynote speaker will have approximately 40 minutes for presentations and followed by discussion sessions. We kindly ask participants to post your questions on the chat box. We will summarize and choose the questions to be asked to the keynote speaker. Likewise, we will also give opportunity for 2 people to ask direct questions to our keynote speaker. The committee, the panitia, will decide which participant will be given the opportunity to ask questions directly. This is also a kind reminder for everyone to turn off your microphone during this session as not to disturb the dynamic of the session. And I really hope that we will have an insightful session with our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Aris Junaidi, PhD. Good afternoon, Pak Aris, and please allow me to introduce you to our keynote speaker. Professor Dr. Aris Junaidi, PhD, completed his PhD at Murdoch University, Perth, Western Australia in 1999. In 2003, he served as postdoctoral researcher at the Queensland University in Brisbane, Australia. Between 2004 and 2005, he continued his postdoctoral fellowship at the Institute of Reproductive Medicine at Münster University, Germany, under the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. From 2007 to 2008, he was the postdoctoral researcher through the Australian Government Scholarship, namely Endeavour Postdoctoral Scholarship and Endeavour Executive Awards. Professor Dr. Aris Junaidi was granted the Professor of Reproductive Field in 2019 from Gadjah Mada University. Then between 2009 to 2013, he served as the Education and Culture Attaché at the Indonesian Embassy in Canberra, Australia. Later in 2013 to 2015, Professor Dr. Aris Junaidi was appointed as the Director of ASEM, or Asia-Europe Meeting, as the Education Secretariat Director of ASEM Education Secretariat at the Ministry of Education and Culture. In 2015 to 2019, saw him as the Director of Quality Assurance Director at the Directorate General of Learning and Students Affairs, Ministry of Research, Technology and Higher Education. Professor Dr. Aris Junaidi is currently in position as the Director of Learning and Students Affairs at the Directorate General of Higher Education, Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia. We are indeed privileged to have you, Pak Professor Dr. Aris Junaidi, to be with us in this international seminar during indeed an unprecedented time of our life. Professor Dr. Aris Junaidi will be presenting the keynote speech for the International Seminar of Education 2020 under the theme Overcoming COVID-19 and its Growing Risk for Education, Working Together for Better Content and Method in Digital Learning. Pak Prof. Aris Junaidi, respectfully, the time is yours.
Kimura, the president, the professor, and all the participants in the international seminar today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, the introduction and thank you so much, our Dean.
I'm sorry, Professor. I need to inform that the voice is a bit broken at the moment, perhaps the connection. And I would like to ask my host for this session and also the committee to help me to check on the connection and check on Prof. Aris.
So
go ahead, Pak.
I will try another network. So, let me try. It's not good as well. So hopefully this connection is.
Yes, we can hear you now, Pak Prof.
Yeah, and for about 30-minute presentation, please allow me to share our screen. This not this one, I think. Try to another one. Not this one. Madam Chair, can you see my PPT?
Yes, sir. We
Okay.
can see it.
So thank you so much. So this is our theme for the presentation today. We call the title here is the higher education. I think we did a lot to give the what we call it independent learning and independent campus model learning in the new normal era. Ladies and gentlemen, so first of all, as we are now in the Industrial Revolution 4.0 and also the Society 5.0, and also during the more than one semester now we have a pandemic COVID-19. So this is the challenges that we have to hamper for this one. And I always happy to mention what the Charles Darwin mentioned a quote that it is not the strongest of the species that survive it, nor the most intelligent that survive us. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. So that means it's only the one that is most adaptable, nor the strongest or even the intelligent one, but the most adaptable to change. And by the what we call the COVID-19 pandemic, seem that drive the acceleration of the disruptive technology revolution in Industry 4.0. And by the Industrial Revolution 4.0, as we are know that the four ministries already agreed that all the higher education institutions in Indonesia must work from home and study from home. So why we have to what we call it announce that the SPADA Indonesia MOOCs must be used by all the lecturer, all the student. We have a SPADA, Sistem Pembelajaran Daring, that offering online learning, open source, and also as well as we know that we have lifelong learning. Based on that, and then starting with the Revolution Industry 4.0, starting with the student-centered learning, co-creation, ambiguous learning. So now we have the national policy of higher education. Starting the early years in 2020, our Ministry of Education and Culture launching the new policy we call independent learning, independent campus, or Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, that we mentioned on the ministerial decree number 3, 2020, about national standard of higher education. So this is the independent learning and independent campus. Actually, there are 4 points about this. The first one is the institution or study program that already accredited minimum B, they can open automatic new study program, as long as the study program has a prospective in the future. That means if the institution have collaborated with the 500 top rank in the world, for example, and then they can directly open the new study program. The second one is about the higher education institution accreditation system. So this is the study program or institution who accredited by BAN-PT. When they are expired, the accreditation will be extended for another 4 or 5 years by BAN-PT, except the institution or study program that not comply with the standard, or when the study program or institution not implemented the quality assurance, internal quality assurance, and also except that there is a complaint by a community that the institution or study program is not well in doing the learning program. Also, when the study program would like to upgrade the status of the accreditation. For example, the study program is got a B in accreditation and would like to improving to be E, then they have to submit it re-accreditation. And the third one about the public university, we pushing to be a PTNBH, the autonomous university. And the fourth one is the most interesting one, that our student now have a chance to study 3 semesters outside their own study program. This, I think, this is a very interesting one. So that means what the meaning of the independent learning and independent campus here, that the student give a chance to take the credit outside the university for 2 semesters, and plus that the student can take another credit at different study program at the same university for 1 semester. So this is actually the policy and the new policy for our student, and in the title of the independent learning and independent campus. Besides they study outside the study program, the student can also have chance to gain the competency, the skill through 8 activities that we design here. For example, student can do the intensive program or work practice for 1 semester, and also project in the village, and teaching in school, student exchange, national or international, and then doing a research at the laboratory, in the university, and the research, what we call it, lembaga research, or also doing the entrepreneurial activities, and project independent, and also project for a community. So this is 8 activities that a student can take during their study. They can doing this activity for up to 1 semester, and they will get a credit, and they will get a confirmation on the curricula, or on the what we call the subject. So that means all what they did in here will be accommodated in what we call it Pangkalan Data Pendidikan Tinggi. We have a new platform, Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka platform. So all the students that implemented this policy, Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, will be recorded in the Pangkalan Data Pendidikan Tinggi. So we have the new platform we call Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. So don't worry about that, that all the students who active and implemented the Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka is already have the home at the Pangkalan Data Pendidikan Tinggi that we have. And during the pandemic COVID-19, as I mentioned earlier, that the new policy with the 4 ministries, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education and Culture, Ministry of Religion, Ministry of Current Affairs, yeah, all 4 ministries agree that during the pandemic COVID-19, that all the higher education institutions must work from home, must study from home for the student. So why the policy here from our ministry give the cheap internet connection, the top up with the pulsa for another 4 months for the lecturer and also for the student. And also we providing the SPADA for free. We also inviting the lecturer who do not know how the online learning process, we can attending our training, and up to now around 110,000 lecturers already trained by our expert how to preparing the module, how to doing the lecturer online and so on. So we are working very hard so that. So I would like to introduce here, I think everyone is already know that we have the Indonesian MOOCs, Massive Open Online Content, we call a SPADA, Sistem Pembelajaran Daring, Indonesian Online Learning System. The SPADA here services around the open content is around 293, open courses 441, online courses, yeah, and add with some resources. And then we have higher education institution provider of about 179, and the partner is around 210. And currently, until the end of 2019, around 23,090 students active using the SPADA here. And also we have a 252 content sharing. So this is just very cool, and we give for free for our students, and we encouraging all lecturer and also all students using these resources, SPADA. And also in the peak time, that the best time that we did with the SPADA here, when the lecturer, when the what we call it guru dalam jabatan, the teachers who already teach at the school more than 10 years, but they do not have the certificate of a professional, then they have to apply the professional program, the professional teachers program. But by using the SPADA here, we're doing the RPL, recognized prior learning. And then all the teachers do not need to study for 1 year, but only for several months by using online learning by SPADA here. So total now is around 18,103 teachers pass with our online learning and pass with the national competency exam, and now they got a certificate or surat izin pendidik, we call. Yeah, so this is I think it's a very helpful and useful using the Indonesian online system. We did the SWOT analysis. We call the strength, weakness, threat, and opportunity our online learning in Indonesia, SPADA. That the strength that we have is because this is self-learning. Yeah, student can more flexible in learning. Yeah, and also flexible space and time. The module and the various learning material is already passed with our quality assurance review. And also number of Indonesian student body here, that this is our strength because the number of students is huge in Indonesia. We unfortunately we still have the weaknesses. The good quality of the module is still limited compared with the 27,000 study program. So the what we call the module, the learning material is still limited compared with the huge number of the study program. And as I mentioned before, that the mastery of the technology and learning application by the lecturer is still limited. So why we always open for the lecturer who would like to know more about the online learning. So we have regular training about this. And the treat is unequal access to the telecommunication network, because we have the remote area, we have geographic area that some of them is still not got the equal access or Wi-Fi or internet. And also the high cost implementing the online learning. The opportunity here that the growth of the online and platform industry very huge. We can study online learning through any resources. Yeah. We can use the Coursera, we can use the edX, we have a Spada, we have a Kuliah Daring. So student can easily learning or study online. Yeah. Accessibility to international books and also exposed to the international learning resources. So why we encouraging this Spada to our student here during the pandemic and also in the near future? Our ministerial mentioned that the online learning is never stopped. Yeah? We always using the online learning now or in the future. Yeah. And because why we Spada? Because this is the first Indonesia higher education MOOCs, massive open online courses content. Yeah, this is the first Indonesia MOOCs. And the second one, as I mentioned earlier, all the content and the material has passed the quality assurance review by our expert. Yeah. The third one, we also facilitating a credit transfer actively between university. University main and the partner, yeah, they can easily doing the credit transfer and integrated with independent campus program. And the learning management system that can be used by all lecturer and student in Indonesia. So this is very, very useful and very easy to use this, what we call it, situs pembelajaran. Just to review that we have a Spada here, we have a piloting one in 2014 and then growing. We have initial trial in the following years and then implementation full in 2016. And then we're doing the massive dissemination of this in 2017 and 2018, 2019, as I mentioned. This is we doing the hybrid learning for PPG dalam jabatan atau guru dalam jabatan, lecture or teachers that already have experience in teaching, but they do not have they do not pass the professional degree. And then also in the next or in the near future, we will further expansion with the credit transfer, the hybrid learning, LMS, Spada, and so on. So that means the Spada here is aggregator. Yes. So that means all the material, all the module can come from the provider, from the individual. They come from the university, the course provider, for the study program provider. But all the e-learning resources here must pass with the quality assurance control that we have. Yeah. One, they pass the quality assurance standard, and then we launching. Yeah, we open. Yeah, and then we open and we announce. We are launching as a services. So that means the student and any other people lecture can access freely with the open content, open courses, online courses. User can use it easily. Yeah. And in the near future, we also will be launch ICE Institute, Indonesian Cyber Education Institute. The ICE Institute here is a marketplace of online courses. So that means all the resources for e-learning is come from higher education institutions, come from the industry, from the private sector, from MOOC, for institution, for individual, for community, then put as a marketplace, like a supermarket. Yeah, we put in here in the ICE Institute as a list of degree, a list of subject, and then the student just choose which one do you want, which level of degree do you want, and then choose the subject. Once they are finished, they got the micro credential. So that means this is a very flexible learning. So this is the business model of the ICE Institute. Students only what we call it, choose the target and then pay the tuition fee, follow the learning process until they are finished, after they are decided with degree and the list of courses that they want. So after they are finished, then they will get what we call it the micro credential or certification or certificate for that. So that means the ICE Institute here as online courses make a flexible learning. So anybody, anyone, yeah, can free of learning anytime, anywhere, anybody can access equity or quality across time and space, and then they will get the micro credential or certificate of accomplishment per online course. So this is very, very flexible in learning. Yeah, but this will be launched soon. Hopefully next year, the ICE Institute will be open in Indonesia very soon. And what about higher education in a new normal? Government of Indonesia through the Ministry of Education and Culture support online learning during the COVID-19, providing, as I mentioned before, free internet, quota for the student and also for lecture. For how long? For the next 4 months. How many students, how many teachers? No, limited. So all that they needed, just updated your mobile phone through our PDF Dicti, your name, your mobile number that active, that mentioning that you need the pulsa, then we will top up the pulsa for 4 months until. So the first one is about 35 million person is already get the pulsa, and then the second month, this is for 4 months. Yeah, 35.7 million person get the free quota from us, from the Ministry of Education and Culture. The second one, then the government of Indonesia offered to help the higher education student during the COVID through the scholarship. We have around 400,000 students from the private university, from the public university. They get subsidized for the tuition fee, for the UKT, subsidi biaya kuliah. The second one, and the type of the second one is the relaxation of the single tuition fee, reduction, development, infrastructure aid, they all give to our student. And if we listen from the COVID-19, the important one is about solidarity. It's about the collaboration. When we open in June, for example, the volunteer, student volunteer to help educate people, educate the community about the COVID-19, then in 3 days only, the application number of the student is 15,000 university student volunteer ready to become volunteer in the pandemic COVID-19. This is amazing. Yeah. While we are needed, the solidarity, the collaboration, around 15,000 university students apply to be a volunteer in only 3 days. Yeah. The second one is innovation. Yeah. Researchers and studies to find out about the COVID-19. We can develop vaccine or about the medicine or any related to the COVID-19. We push with the funding to do research about the COVID. Yeah. And the third one is about the education transformation. we change to the digitalization program, as I mentioned. So this is the sixth policy that we have during the pandemic. As I mentioned, we have a SPADA, access learning resources. We have a kuliah daring. We work together with the Google. They're offering 11 study program through online within kuliahdaring.kemdikbud.go.id. We have a free internet. We have the pulsa. We have a scholarship. Yeah, and we doing a training for capacity building for the academic personnel, for the lecturer to increase ability to produce material and content in e-learning. And we also accommodate the credit transfer, credit earning, and also we encouraging to use the international MOOCs, Coursera, edX. So that means students must be more active in studying at home, because all the facilities is there. Or we top up with the pulsa. We subsidize for the tuition fee. And also we give a scholarship. So nearly all, we give all the students to study and to study at home and also study hard. Yeah. Of course, that we have some limitation, as I mentioned, but we already solved the problem. So this is all that I can share for today. Hopefully that this is helpful and new information for all of you. And just to quote with our Bapak Pendidikan kita, Bapak Ki Hajar Dewantara, that make a teacher out of everyone and a school out of every place. So thank you so much. So I give the time to Madam Cha. Thank you so much. Billahi taufik wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof. Aris Junaidi. This is indeed an insightful and intriguing presentations from you. For me as a lecturer at University Patimura, as well as teachers, this is like a direct peek at the mind of education and culture, of the framework on how they think and all the efforts that they have already tried to do and implement in order to help all of us in this time. I have one question here in the chat box. It asks whether the MBKM program is already in line with the government policy in conducting the Permata Sakti Detaser RPL Dikti and Triti. However, I would like to also add, if you feel more comfortable to speak in Bahasa Indonesia, I think we can do that as well, because if I look at the participant, I think we do not have any English speaker participant and speaker. So perhaps agar supaya informasinya bisa lebih dipahami, saya minta izin dari panitia dan juga peserta semua jika kita bisa switch ke bahasa Indonesia, agar penjelasan dari Pak Aris bisa dipahami oleh semuanya. Mungkin satu pertanyaan itu dulu Pak Aris, dari Pak Hadion Wijoyo tadi, program MBKM, apakah sudah bagus dengan kebijakan pemerintah? Terutama dalam pelaksanaan program Permata Sakti Detaser RPL Dikti 3T. Dan kalau boleh saya juga men-summarize beberapa diskusi yang kami lakukan tadi mengisi waktu sebelum sesi keynote speaker itu dijalankan, yaitu kami semua, baik guru, mahasiswa maupun dosen, sangat merasa terbantu dengan bantuan seperti pulsa data dan hal-hal lainnya, dan juga program-program yang tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Bapak. Tapi ada keinginan dan kebutuhan untuk mengkaji polisi-polisi ini, bantuan-bantuan ini, apa dari segi efisiensi dan efektivitasnya, dari segi mahasiswanya, karena mahasiswa-mahasiswa kita banyak yang masih sneaky, ada yang udah dikasih pulsa data tapi tetap ini suaranya nggak bagus Pak, nggak bisa masuk koneksinya. Itu di satu sisi, tapi di sisi lain pun sekalipun pulsa data sudah ada, tetapi jauh di pelosok infrastruktur itu belum memadai untuk kita to harness kemungkinan dan opportunity yang diberikan dengan paket data yang sudah diberikan tersebut. juga dari Palu, ini ada peserta dari Palu yang menyampaikan bahwa ke depannya kalau memang COVID-19 masih jalan ataupun kita masih dalam tahap switch ya dari online learning ke tatap muka, maka harus dipikirkan penerapan protokol-protokol mungkin dari sisi fasilitas dan infrastruktur di sekolah yang disesuaikan, bantuan untuk disesuaikan dengan protokol tersebut. Contohnya untuk ada plastik ataupun kaca mungkin untuk pembatas, dan juga seperti public hotspot diberikan juga kesempatan kepada semua. Mungkin itu dulu Pak, saya summarize beberapa pertanyaan sebelum dan juga satu pertanyaan yang sudah masuk. Silakan Pak Aris.
Terima kasih banyak atas pertanyaannya yang luar biasa ya. Jadi kebijakan Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka ini memang sudah inline ya dengan kebijakan Kemendikbud. Karena memang pada saat di launching itu sekaligus keluar 5 ya peraturan menteri yang baru ya, yaitu Permendikbud nomor 7 tahun 2020, kemudian Permendikbud nomor 5 2020 itu tentang akreditasi, itu kebijakan nomor 2. Kebijakan yang nomor pertama itu adalah Permendikbud nomor 7. Kemudian yang PTNBH itu adalah Permendikbud nomor 6 ya dan 4. Dan yang kebijakan nomor 4 itu adalah Permendikbud nomor 3 ya tahun 2020 tentang standar nasional pendidikan tinggi. Nah, permata ini kan sebetulnya pertukaran mahasiswa Nusantara yang merupakan ini salah satu dari 8 aktivitas yaitu pertukaran mahasiswa. Nah, program permata itu sendiri ini adalah untuk mahasiswa bisa merasakan betul ya. Dia merasakan belajar di perguruan tinggi yang berbeda, ya perguruan tinggi yang lain, agar bisa memahami budaya, academic environment-nya, kemudian suasana akademik yang ada di situ, ya budaya yang ada di situ dan seterusnya. Nah, karena ini adalah pandemi COVID, sehingga program permata ini tidak bisa dijalankan secara utuh seperti yang sudah-sudah. Dan kita namakan menjadi Permata Sakti, yaitu sistem alih kredit melalui teknologi informasi, yaitu dengan cara daring. Nah, program Permata ini kita kembangkan lagi setelah tadi ada 10 universitas yang tergabung di dalam program Permata Sakti, kita kembangkan lagi menjadi Permata Sakti yang ada di daerah 3T, agar juga proses pembelajarannya terbantu di daerah 3T, ya. Sehingga kita lakukan pembelajaran daring, kita melakukan bintek, kita melakukan monef, ya, agar di daerah-daerah 3T yang mendapatkan program Permata Sakti ini juga bisa maksimal, ya, optimal di dalam program ini. Jadi program Permata Sakti ini kita kawal, dan kalau nanti pandemi COVID ini berlalu, ya tentu saja Permata kembali ke program Permata. Dan kementerian sangat mengharapkan sekali bahwa program Permata itu menjadi unggulan karena ini merupakan pertukaran Nusantara dan didorong menjadi pertukaran di tingkat ASEAN atau Permata ASEAN. Itu rencana ke depan. Nah, pertanyaan yang kedua yang dari Palu, ya, bagaimana masa transisi nanti. Jadi kita memang masih belum tahu ya, karena kita diperpanjangkan sampai 30 Desember ya, 31 Desember untuk study from home. Nah, namun demikian, dalam waktu dekat kami akan mengundang semua pimpinan perguruan tinggi negeri dan perguruan tinggi swasta untuk mendiskusikan persiapan semester depan, ya, bagaimana, apakah kita akan melakukan tetap online seperti ini atau bisa bagaimana, akan kita diskusikan bersama untuk mendiskusikan persiapan semester nasal yang akan datang nanti. Saya kira itu Bu Herlina, terima kasih banyak atas pertanyaan-pertanyaan ini.
Terima kasih Pak. Saya koreksi sedikit, tadi dari Pak Hadian mengatakan sudah bagus justru program Permata Sakti dan lainnya. Kemudian Bapak, kalau boleh ada satu lagi dari Ibu Dekan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Ibu Teresia Lawrence akan memberikan pertanyaan langsung kepada Bapak. Silakan Ibu Dekan.
Terima kasih Ibu Moderator, Pak Prof. Aris, Pak Dirjen yang saya hormati. Mohon maaf Pak, saya kebetulan ketemu langsung dengan Bapak lewat ruang ini, saya boleh berkenan mengajukan beberapa pertanyaan, Pak Prof.
Silakan.
Terima kasih, Pak Prof. Yang pertama tadi dari beberapa penjelasan yang sudah disampaikan, yang menarik satu yang ingin saya tanyakan berkaitan dengan scholarship.
Ya.
Kan pada saat sebelum pandemi itu ada pembatasan ya yang mungkin agak ketat dalam penilaian terhadap pemberian beasiswa kepada teman-teman dosen yang mengikuti pendidikan lanjut. Nah, ketika sekarang kemudian kita berada pada sebuah kondisi pandemik sekarang yang barangkali bolehkah ada kemudahan-kemudahan dalam hal pemberian ruang bagi teman-teman untuk melanjutkan pendidikan dengan bantuan beasiswa yang barangkali selama ini menjadi tumpuan harapan teman-teman untuk melanjutkan pendidikan di S3, Pak. Itu yang pertama, Pak. Yang kedua, dalam kondisi pandemik ini kemudian ada kebijakan pemerintah dalam mereduksi UKT. Dan itu memang kita rasakan semua, teman-teman para mahasiswa juga berterima kasih, walaupun itu kemudian sangat tergantung dari kebijakan-kebijakan institusi. Tetapi kemudian pertanyaan saya lagi barangkali Pak Prof, kira-kira sampai kapankah reduksi UKT ini berlangsung? Karena kalau tidak salah itu kan pembatasan ada untuk mungkin tahun ini atau semester ini pada saat pandemiknya lagi rame-rame, tetapi kemudian ketika berkurang frekuensinya, apakah memang masih ada reduksi seperti itu, Pak Prof? Kemudian yang ketiga, Pak Prof, kami juga berterima kasih kepada pemerintah, khususnya juga Belmawa yang memberikan ruang bagi FKIP Unpati. Kami sudah boleh mendapat kesempatan beberapa program yang sudah kami ikuti, misalnya PPG, sudah kami jalankan, dan juga kami juga sudah mendapat izin untuk menyelenggarakan PPG Prajabatan, Pak Prof.
Ya.
Saat ini belum ada informasi kapan itu dilaksanakan. Mungkin Pak Prof bisa memberikan gambaran karena kita punya alumni kan sangat banyak ini, Pak.
Ya.
Harus bersaing dengan alumni yang non LPTK dan memang kriteria untuk penentuan grade kelulusan itu juga sangat tinggi sehingga banyak juga yang berkeinginan tetapi mungkin agak terbatas dengan dana dan juga grade yang ditentukan. Nah, kira-kira kapan Pak Prof itu bisa dibuka untuk memberi ruang bagi para mahasiswa yang sudah lulus beberapa tahun ini? Karena memang LPKS yang lembaga penyelenggara itu juga kepala sekolah untuk kompetensi kepala sekolah kami juga sudah mendapatkan izin untuk itu dan kami sudah mulai berproses untuk bersama-sama dengan kementerian menyelenggarakan itu, Pak Prof. Terima kasih untuk kesempatan yang diberikan kepada kami dan juga KMP ini Pak Prof. KMP juga kami sudah kemarin berhasil untuk mengikuti program itu dengan juga bersama-sama dengan program Permata. Nah, yang memang kendala kami itu adalah yang tadi Pak Prof, karena kondisi dan akses yang terbatas, sehingga memang para mahasiswa ini juga agak sulit untuk bisa berkomunikasi untuk memperlancar program ini. Tetapi kami tetap berusaha untuk menyelenggarakan program KMP ini dengan baik, Pak Prof, mengikuti aturan yang ada. Nah, sehingga terima kasih sekali Pak Prof, dan saya berpikir bahwa mungkin KMP ini juga, karena namanya juga KMP Pak Prof, pasti akan berlanjut.
Ya.
Apakah memang nanti seperti itu Pak Prof? Mohon juga untuk mendapat penjelasan. Yang terakhir Pak Prof, dalam kaitannya dengan akreditasi program studi, ada kebijakan untuk akreditasi program studi bagi teman-teman program studi yang sudah berada pada batas akreditasi. Tetapi kemudian pertanyaannya adalah kami juga diberi ruang untuk mengajukan akreditasi dalam kondisi ketika kami sudah merasa siap. Apakah pertanyaan saya, apakah di dalam proses penilaian nanti adakah kriteria-kriteria yang bisa diturunkan? Adakah fleksibilitas dalam penilaian? So, kalau kita menggunakan kriteria yang sebelumnya itu memang kemudian jadi bisa menurun, Pak Prof. Terima kasih Pak Prof, barangkali itu yang ingin saya tanyakan untuk mendapat pencerahan dan motivasi bagi kami di daerah. Terima kasih Pak Prof.
Terima kasih banyak. Iya, terima kasih. Saya langsung aja ya, ada 5 pertanyaan ini. Ya, yang pertama tentang beasiswa. Nah, di Kemendikbud sekarang itu ada satker baru yang langsung di bawah Setjen, yaitu Pusat Pembiayaan Pendidikan. Jadi semua beasiswa itu dipul di satker yang baru. Jadi kita di Bilmao sudah tidak mengelola beasiswa, tetapi di Pusat Pembiayaan Pendidikan itu mengelola adalah KIPKA, ya, Kartu Indonesia Pintar Kuliah, termasuk nanti program beasiswa untuk S2 dan S3 yang nanti bekerja sama dengan LPDP. Termasuk kemungkinan dibuka kembali beasiswa budi ya untuk para dosen. Nah, untuk KIPKA ini per tahun ada 400.000 mahasiswa nanti yang siap untuk didanai, ya. Jadi ini luar biasa besar sekali untuk bantuan beasiswa untuk KIPKA ini. Jadi silahkan kalau nanti ada di daerahnya yang ingin mengajukan yang prestasinya baik dari tingkat SMA, bisa didorong untuk masuk di KIPKA ini karena luar biasa besar ya kuotanya. Nah, untuk kebijakan tentang reduksi UKT ini memang kita belum tahu ya, karena kita kan intinya kan nanti semuanya sampai Desember ya, sampai bulan depan. Kemudian kita menunggu dari gugus tugas, dari Kementerian Kesehatan, dari BNPB seperti apa nanti, apakah ada menjadi zona hijau dan seterusnya ya. Nah, terkait dengan ini kita sudah di tahun ini memberikan bantuan UKT ini sampai 400.000 mahasiswa ya. Ini saya kira luar biasa, memberikan subsidi untuk semua mahasiswa, 60% dari perguruan tinggi swasta, 40% dari perguruan tinggi negeri. Jadi sudah kita bagi rata ya. Jadi PTS dari asal PTS mahasiswanya itu 60% ya. Yang PTN dikecilkan 40%. Nah, untuk pendidikan profesi guru, baik untuk yang nanti RPL atau Hukum ataupun pendidikan profesi, itu SOTK kita sudah berubah. Jadi nanti semua pendidikan profesi guru itu di bawah kewenangannya ada di Dirjen GTK, termasuk nanti pelaksanaan untuk uji kompetensi ya. Kita membantu di dalam proses RPL-nya ataupun kita membantu di dalam proses pembelajarannya, misalnya dengan hybrid learning, dengan SPADA. Nah, kemudian untuk program Permata ini untuk program KMP ini memang program rintisan yang kita sebagai piloting ya. Kalau ini nanti berhasil, itu akan di scaling up luar biasa besarnya sebagai program nasional ya untuk kampus mengajar ini. Jadi sudah kita anggarkan, kita alokasikan, kita sudah bekerja sama dengan LPDP ya terkait dengan hal ini. Jadi nanti kalau tahun ini sukses, tahun depan akan dibuka secara nasional. Yang terakhir tentang akreditasi prodi. Jadi intinya di Permendikbud nomor 5 tahun 2020 ini sebagai regulasi yang kita anut. Apabila prodi itu happy ya dengan statusnya sekarang, maka dia akan diperpanjang otomatis ya 4 tahun ke depan, 5 tahun ke depan. Tetapi nanti resikonya kalau nanti ada komplain masyarakat ya, oh ini prodi yang ini ternyata dosennya tidak sesuai dengan yang dilaporkan di PDDT misalnya, ya, ketahuan kualitasnya tidak, masih ada yang S1 dan seterusnya, ya komplain proses pembelajarannya tidak sesuai dan seterusnya, itu nanti justru akan mengakibatkan dicabutnya akreditasi, ya sehingga kalau itu tidak ada komplain, tidak ada melanggar aturan, mutunya terjaga, maka dia otomatis diperpanjang. Kecuali kalau prodi itu ya ingin dari B ingin A, maka dia harus mengajukan. Ya. Atau dari C mau C ke B harus mengajukan proses akreditasi. Ya. Selama belum ada LAM. Tapi kalau LAM, lembaga akreditasi mandiri, maka dia mengatur sendiri masa akreditasinya dan tidak berlaku di Permendikbud nomor 5. Jadi tidak seperti Ban PT. Jadi yang diberlakukan di Permendikbud nomor 5 hanya khusus Ban PT, sementara lembaga akreditasi mandiri ini bisa menetapkan lama berlakunya akreditasi sendiri. Sekarang ada LAM 5 yang sudah berjalan, ya ada LAM PTKes, ada LAM EMBA, ada LAM SAMA, ada LAM pendidikan, LAM teknik ya. Sekarang sudah berproses untuk melakukan proses akreditasi. Saya kira demikian, dan kami ada kegiatan yang lain. Kalau sudah tidak ada pertanyaan, kami mau pamit karena beberapa kegiatan masih menunggu.
Baik,
Terima kasih Pak Prof. Bu Erina.
Terima kasih Pak Prof. Aris Junaidi, dan kita memang juga sudah sampai kepada waktu yang diberikan untuk sesi kita, Bapak Ibu serta adik-adik mahasiswa peserta semua. Ini sudah akhir daripada sesi kita. Kami mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada Pak Prof. Dr. Aris Junaidi atas pemaparan dan tanggapannya atas pertanyaan-pertanyaan kami. Terima kasih sudah meluangkan waktunya dalam jadwal Bapak yang kami tahu sangat sibuk untuk sama-sama dengan kami di Timur Indonesia, Pak. Terima kasih banyak atas bantuannya sama-sama dengan kami, Pak. Terima kasih, Pak. Dan Bapak Ibu semuanya, COVID-19 ini adalah tantangan tapi juga adalah berkat. Terlepas dari semua kesulitan dan tantangan yang kita hadapi, COVID-19 juga mendorong terlaksananya online learning, dan di satu sisi menurut laporannya digital literasi level di Indonesia itu meningkat tajam. So ada hikmahnya. Tapi apapun itu kita doakan dan lakukan yang terbaik untuk Indonesia. Salam sehat selalu buat semuanya, dan saya kembalikan kepada Ibu MC.
Alright, thank you so much, Ibu Helena. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to commence the closing ceremony in short. Singing Indonesian anthem Bagimu Negeri. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the Dean of Teacher Training and Educational Sciences Faculty, Professor Dr. Theresia Lawrence, MPD, for her speech. And afterward, we would like to request Mrs. Dean to officially close. Theresia Lawrence, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Francia. Good afternoon for all of us. And because this is the last of session from keynote speaker, and the committee wants to close this ceremonial in English, and I try to do it. So in this afternoon, I would like to close this ceremonial, and the Honorable the Vice Director Academic, Professor Dr. Lewaka Besi, the Honorable Invited Speaker, Professor Fred Darwin from University of Helsinki, Finlandia, Professor Mei Yuan from Minzu University of China, Professor Will Figler from University of Humanistic Study, Utrecht, Netherlands, and the respective next speaker, Professor Dr. Aris Junaidi, PhD, as Learning and Student Director, Minister of Education and Culture. And all presenter, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to extend our thanks and gratitude for actively participating in this international webinar of education, overcoming COVID-19 and its growing risk for education, working together for better content and method in digital learning today, November 19, 2020. Excellencies, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest issues that this COVID-19 pandemic brings on today's conversation is its effect of education, especially teaching and learning activity. Since March 2020, a policy taken by the Ministry of Education and Culture to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus in regards to the implementation of distance learning. This defines the condition where there is no longer learning activity in classroom as is commonly done by educators like teachers and lecturers. This surely the right approach through if we recommend romantic with educate preparation. As a result, many educators started in facing this drastic change. The raised question is how students should still recognize and defend their national or cultural identity despite online learning. Therefore, it is important for us to study online interculturally during COVID-19. In addition, we also need to pay attention to the moral education that must be given as a learning process by which students are able to understand themselves and the world around them. In addition, if a person lives without moral values, essentially he will disappear in this life, apart from of order and models of good and bad. We also need to relate all of these things to the online sharing process that we are currently doing, especially in Ambon, Maluku, and we hope to be able to hold distance education that remains in quality and meets the needs of the students. By holding this seminar, we generally hope that this could contribute positively to build knowledge and strengthen our competency as teaching staff. In order to be able to prepare good teaching for students, hence why we are not only targeting the knowledge aspect, but there are also other aspects outside, include cultural aspects that influence. We would like to thank the keynote speaker, invited speaker, presenters, moderators, and all participants who have actively participated in this activity. We would like to extend our gratitude for the committee who worked hard to make this international webinar into real action, which went neatly and sweetly today. With praise and gratitude for presence of our multi-guide, the international seminar with keynote speaker and invited speaker session we close and will be continued with the next parallel seminar. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Selamat siang.
Thank you so much, Professor Lawrence, for the closing remarks. By the end of the closing remarks from our respective dean, this also closes our agenda for today's webinar. On behalf of the organizers, we would like to thank everyone for your kind attendance and active engagement during the webinar. We hope the very best of each and everyone here. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the parallel session. We urge participants to join the group based on the room that has been notified through participants' email. We urge participants to change their name with parallel session group code to make it efficient for for the breakout room.
Ibu MC maaf bertanya. Jadi ini semua peserta ganti mereka punya nama pakai ruang mana yang mereka mau ikut isi kah? Atau bagaimana? Mohon arahan.
Bapak Ibu, ya Bapak Ibu, selamat siang. Yang kami mohon bantuan Bapak Ibu yang akan masuk di dalam kelas paralel. Itu Bapak Ibu yang sudah yang akan menjadi presenter dan hanya partisipan sesuai dengan room yang sudah di-share saat ini. Terima kasih. Kami contohkan misalnya Ibu Helena di room 3, Ibu rename dengan depannya itu diganti dengan Q3 supaya ketika breakout roomnya lebih dipermudah.
Ya maaf, beta gantinya Q3-nya beta taruh di belakang. Jadi tulis rename-nya Q3 ditaruh depan ya. Jadi kalau ketemu mau di ruangan mana, ketemu taruh Q berapa di depan nama.
Ya, Q3-nya di depan. Ya, di depan nama Ibu.
Baik. Bapak Ibu Panitia, beta bantu informasikan ini dari salah satu presenter di room 3 mengatakan bahwa di Poka lampu lagi mati. baru mati. Jadi mungkin bisa dicek beberapa presenter mungkin belum bisa masuk sekarang.
Iya Ibu, terima kasih untuk informasinya.
Nanti buka speaker lah, kamu ini.
Itu ke kita di toh.
Hello. Bapak Ibu selamat siang. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang tidak tergabung dalam presenter di breakout room, boleh bisa meninggalkan Zoom meeting-nya sekarang karena presentasi dari pematerinya sudah selesai dan sekarang untuk presentasi di breakout room untuk yang mau menerbitkan tulisannya. Jadi boleh meninggalkan room-nya untuk sekarang. Terima kasih.
Yo mama gendong gendong betae. beta masih kecil, beta ingat tempo itu. Sio mama gendong beta, sambil mama bakar sabu, mama menyanyi lah sampai besar begini, beta terlupa mama. Sio mama, beta rindu mau pulang. Sio mama, mama Zulia, urus lawange, beta balong balas mama, mama pun capek, sio doloe, sio tete manse, jaga beta pun mama. Mau pulang, sio mama, mama Zulia, urus lawange, beta balong balas mama, mama pun capek, sio doloe, sio tete manise, jaga beta pun mama. Sio tete manise, jaga beta pun mama. Orang muda hati pelan-pelan, jangan sampai dapat kulit durian. Pakai mata telingan kalau mau cari teman, jangan sampai dapat kulit durian. Hati baik-baik, jangan sampai seorang orang latagai. Jangan paparipi, kulit durian sungguh berduri. Orang muda hati pelan-pelan, jangan sampai dapat kulit durian. Pakai mata telingan kalau mau cari teman, jangan sampai dapat kulit durian. Hati baik-baik, jangan sampai seorang orang latagai. Jangan paparipi, kulit durian sungguh berduri. Hati baik-baik, jangan sampai seorang orang latagai. Jangan paparipi, kulit durian sungguh berduri. Sungguh baguslah wangi sio, ibu bapak punyalah piara. Beta terlupa waktu beta kecil selalu di pangkuan ibu bapak. Bapak cedak kayu seikat, asarakanlah di para-para, makan pape dan sondo sayur ikan, ibu dan bapak punyalah piara. Sungguh baguslah wangi sio, ibu bapak punyalah piara. Beta terlupa waktu beta kecil selalu di pangkuan ibu bapak. bagus lawannya sio, ibu bapak punyalah piara. Beta terlupa waktu beta kecil selalu di pangkuan ibu bapak. Sungguh bagus lawannya sio, ibu bapak punyalah piara. Beta tak lupa waktu beta kecil selalu di pangkuan ibu bapak. Sungguh bagus lawannya sio, ibu bapak punyalah piara. Beta tak lupa waktu beta kecil selalu di pangkuan ibu bapak. Papa cedak kayu seikat, pasarkanlah di para-para, makan papeda, sondor sayur ikan, ibu dan bapak punyalah piara. Sungguh bagus lawannya sio, ibu bapak punyalah piara. Beta tak lupa waktu beta kecil selalu di pangkuan ibu bapak. Sungguh bagus lawannya sio, ibu bapak punyalah piara. Beta tak lupa waktu beta kecil selalu di pangkuan ibu bapak. Papa cina kayu seikat, papa cina kayu seikat, papa cina kayu seikat, papa cina.
Maaf panitia, saya keluar dari room 3. Halo panitia.
Ibu sudah dijadikan host, Ibu.
Sudah Kak? Oke baik. Beta boleh diundang masuk lagi? Atau Beta langsung saja? Oh oke, Beta sudah dapat. Oke, I'm back.
Ibu Elena.
Ya.
Tolong beta juga jadi co-host. Pak Fando.
Siap, Pak Valen. Ya.
Pasti. Aduh, beta koneksi paling parah
Ya, Pak Valen. Ya, Ibu Betty bisa masuk ke room 4. Ya, Ibu Betty bisa langsung masuk ke room 4. Kamu tuh bisa screen, nonton kamu kamu. Kamu bisa kalau kamu nonton kita kerjaan kok kosong. Nonton kamu di rumah tamu gitu. Kalau di rumah tamu dong, kalau kita jatuh kamu. Keluar dari rumah tamu. Minta keluar di rumah tamu. Yuk. Sudah. Masalah itu aja. Ada loading kan? Oke, baik Ibu Betty, sebentar saya jadikan Ibu Betty host dulu biar bisa share screen di breakout room. Oke, baik Ibu Betty bisa langsung kembali masuk ke room. Ya, Ibu Betty di bagian bawah di more itu di more lalu room di bagian bawah.
Share screen kah?
Ibu Betty di bagian ada di breakout. Di bawah breakout di sudah.
Sis wife kan, kalau itu bilang Mr. Frederick Ayal or sis wife. Sis her wife. His wife. His wife.
Sao sih kayak itu tadi lang.
The Frederick's wife. Yeah. Frederick's wife. Saya mau bercanda ya, karena usia presentasi.
Sudah. Oke, Betty. Oke. Baik, Pak Patris, Pak Patris saya sudah jadikan Pak Patris host. Pak Patris bisa masuk lagi ke room.
Waktu dan tempat. Silakan, Mr.
Pak Patris bisa masuk lagi ke room. Pak Patris di room. Pak Patris keluar, nanti dimasuk di room baru share screen.
Pak Fando, masukkan dulu
Ya.
ke
2. Ya, Pak Patris sudah, silakan masuk ke room 2. Siapa?
Bapak Ibu Panitia, saya mohon izin untuk meninggalkan seminar karena harus mengikuti rapat yang lain dengan Wakil Rektor Bidang Kemahasiswaan. Mohon saya diizinkan. Sukses untuk kegiatannya. Terima kasih.
Siap Pak Valentino, terima kasih banyak Pak sudah bergabung.
Saya juga izin untuk leave, Bapak Ibu Panitia, terima kasih banyak. Sampai ketemu.
Terima kasih banyak Ibu Helen. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.